jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 2 police officers charged in connection with a fatal shooting of a young man, Shukri Aidan, over the weekend in Nairobi will remain in custody for the next 14 days as investigations continue. The court ruled that releasing the officers at this stage could interfere with witnesses and ongoing inquiries. Citing their positions within the police service, they are currently being held at Capitol Hill Police Station, and the case will be mentioned again on January 26 to review the progress of investigations.
It is alleged that the respondents, who are police officers, were involved in a fatal shooting of one Shukri Adan Ibrahim, which has led to public outrage and demonstrations, and therefore even their security is not guaranteed. Further, the respondents, being police officers, by virtue of their position, the likelihood of interference with the witnesses and investigations cannot be said to be far-fetched. I therefore believe the application by the prosecution to have the respondents detained is reasonable to enable the completion of the investigation.
Police in Migori County have called on residents in possession of illegal firearms to voluntarily surrender them to authorities. County Police Commander Joel Kiptum expressed concern over the rising misuse of guns, noting that most of illegal weapons are being smuggled into the country from Tanzania. He said residents have been given sufficient amnesty to hand over the firearms, warning that the government will now take firm action against those who fail to comply.
Mlipewa muda ya kutosha, sasa imefika wakati ambao tutawakujia. And we will come for you in full swing. It will not be business as usual. And I'm giving a warning to them that they should surrender immediately. Let them go to Tanzania and we'll even call for them wherever they'll go. We'll never sympathize with those people. Anybody who wants a firearm should apply it through the normal way.
President William Ruto has cautioned leaders against politicizing government programs such as Nyota, which are designed to uplift young people. Speaking in Nyeri County on Monday, the president defended the Nyota initiative amid criticism over 50,000 startup grants issued to beneficiaries. He dismissed claims that the amount allocated to each youth was insignificant, saying such criticism was out of touch with the realities faced by ordinary Kenyans.
Ndio mimi naona ndugu zangu wengine hapo wanajaribu kusema president ameenda anapatia vijana 50,000 kwa sababu anataka kuwahonga. Sasa mimi nataka niwaulize vijana wa hapa, muliulizwa mkwe wa chama fulani ndio mkuja hapa? Hapa nimejenga makanisa na nyinyi. Hapa tumejenga barabara na nyinyi. Hapa tumefanya mambo mengi pamoja na nyinyi. Ati kuna mtu anaweza kusema atakuja kuharibu urafiki tumejenga kwa miaka 20 ati haribu kwa mwaka moja?
Sudan has been ranked the world's most severe humanitarian emergency for the 3rd consecutive year, according to the International Rescue Committee's 2026 Emergency Watch List. The report cites collapsing global support for life-saving aid and the continued role of international actors in fueling the conflict. The grim ranking comes more than 1,000 days after fighting erupted between the Sudanese armed forces and the Rapid Support Forces, a power struggle that has plunged the country into what aid agencies describe as the world's largest humanitarian crisis. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was more morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome right here where we call home on Radio Generation. We are on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa. And they say last but not least, it is 89.5, the last one. But I'm told it's not going to be the last one for a very long time. That is our Garissa frequency. A very good morning to you. City, habari asubuhi? Uko fiti, uko 100?
100 what?
Yani uko 100%.
Yeah.
Sasa kama hii nakuuliza 100 na kushinda, na je ukipatana na kina Chris Brown wanyo wanakuuliza you 100, utasema?
Chris Brown nani?
Okay, sawa. Clearly this is going to be a problem for a very long time. 100 hiyo umeelewa kwanza ni nini? Si ndio? 100 ni njia ya kusema 100. All right? Chris Brown
kwa lugha gani?
Kwa slang ya Black Americans.
Oh, wale my brother.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sio wanakulizanga you 100 bro.
Okay.
Sasa Chris Brown ni msanii. Do you know a song called No Air?
Wait a moment. Kuna yule jamaa ambaye leo yule mwimbaji who passed away alikuwa anaitwa nani? Whitney.
Chris Brown hakuwa mtu mwenye alikufa. Uje mwenye unasema ni nani? Huyu Brown mwingine anaitwa nani? Bobby Brown.
Bobby.
So there's Bobby ndio Whitney Houston.
Na huyu Chris
sasa, Chris
what is he known for? Amefanya nini ya maana?
Ndio nakuuliza, unajua muziki ambao unaitwa No Air?
No.
Haya. Sasa wenda. Unajua sasa wenda kuuliza. We, ngoma ya Chris Brown ile imevuma ni gani? Because clearly hata mimi ni kama sijui. But ndakushow.
But yeye ni mtu anaimba.
Yeah, he's an artist.
Na anatoka huko?
America, yes.
Sawa. I'll find out more about him.
We're going to have a problem here.
Why are we going to have a problem? Because hujui Chris Brown.
Hujui Chris Brown? Hujui Chris Brown?
No.
Naweza elewa kama hujui muziki wake, but you don't know Chris Brown?
No, simjui bro. I mean,
even Farah, we work with him in the office, he knows Chris Brown.
Yeah, good for him.
Abdisamad Logan knows Chris Brown. You don't know Chris Brown?
No.
Man.
But I know James Brown.
You know what? After the show, there's a group that comes in. Lady Madai and Rania. Just hang out with them today for 1 hour on their show.
I'm doing no such thing.
Why? Why? Ningekwambia wangekuonesha a few songs from Chris Brown.
Kama ni Brown, najua na James Brown.
Okay. You know Rihanna?
Yes.
Chris Brown used to date Rihanna at one point.
Good for him.
Yes.
Then what happened?
Then alimtandika kama burukenge. That is Chris akapatia Rihanna kipigo cha mbwa. Then wakawachana.
Hiyo violence ya nini jamani?
Ni vijana tu, unajua watoto tu.
No.
Kuna ujinga hapa na pale.
No.
I'm not excusing it.
No.
I'm just telling you.
Paul, you cannot find, for whatever reason you cannot.
I'm not justifying.
You cannot justify violence.
I am not. I am
of that nature. No.
Umeniuliza ni kwa nini?
Yes,
nikakwambia
wewe
ni ujinga wa vijana.
Hiyo si ujinga.
Ni ujinga.
No, si ujinga.
Mtu ambaye anachapa mwenzake ni mjinga.
The vast majority of people don't go around beating others.
Exactly.
So when you find a few who do,
ni ujinga.
Wako na shida, hiyo si ujinga.
Ni ufala.
Si ufala.
Ni unini basi?
Ni ujinga.
Exactly. Don't sabwa. Now you're making Edisa laugh. Edisa badalafanya kazi sasa. Okay, salamu zimfikie Don Sabo here saying, Movie, how are you? Well, I'm fine, Don. Ask CT, have we privatized all provision of public goods? If not, name what has not been privatized.
Ziko nyingi.
Okay.
Vitu ambazo ziko privatized. Nyingi.
And then kunaye Nyaga Junior, I think it is. Amesema Guten Morgen Movie. Well, good morning to you too. I hope Liverpool walifanya ulale poa listening from Dushland. Yes, of course. They were playing with a team called Barnsley. And I think tulitoka 3-1 or is it 4-1? The point is, I know we won that game. However, I wouldn't be so excited about beating a team like Barnsley.
What do you mean?
I would like us to, because they're a good team, but don't get me wrong.
No,
it's just that they are a weaker team.
The way umeanza na hiyo story, they're a good team. Najua kuna kasoro mahali.
Yes, they are a weaker team. It's like putting up, The Rock. He's a wrestler. The Rock. Dwayne Johnson.
Yes, I know Dwayne.
All right, so okay, Batista. You know Batista? Okay, let's go back to The Rock. It's like putting up The Rock and then making him fight Tenge Tenge. You know Tenge Tenge?
Is he a Kenyan?
He's a Kenyan, yes. Okay. You don't know Tenge Tenge. It's like putting up The Rock.
What does Tenge Tenge do?
He's a comedian. He's from.
Why did you mention a comedian that is perhaps better known than Tenge Tenge?
Okay, so it's like putting up Dwayne The Rock Johnson against someone like Aisho Speed.
Say Eric Omondi.
But you know Aisho Speed, right?
No, I have no idea.
The guy is in the country. He's literally headlining everything right now.
Oh!
The American guy.
This guy?
Yes. The live streamer.
Yes. So
The Rock?
Yes.
Aisho Speed.
Aisho Speed.
Okay, Jinaked, I think something Darren Jr. I'm not sure of his real names. Yeah. So it's like putting those guys against each other. Yeah, so that's Liverpool, so is The Rock. Okay, and then Eric Omondi is Barnsley. Sasa kidogo hapa ingekuwa na shida.
So umewacha Aisho Speed.
Ndio nimeona itakuwa na shida pa kufanya hiyo comparison.
No, I've seen. I saw him on top of a car.
Right.
Yes.
Several vehicles.
There's actually a clip.
Yes.
Yes.
So those are the issues.
And he was talking about Kenya.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, who mtu nani?
No, he's currently in the country making some waves. He's been to Masai Mara. He drank some cow's blood. Ile blood imechanganywa na maziwa ile wa Masai wanapenda kukunywa. Alikunywa hiyo, but I don't think he drank it because the way alieka kwa mdomo na akatoa, the red was only on his lips. It wasn't inside his mouth like the other Masai, because there's a Masai who took the drink first and you could see his entire mouth was red because the liquid filled his mouth. But for Aisho Speed ilikuwa imeji.
Very wise.
Yeah.
Very well.
Na akasema, I drank it. Can I do it again? And I was like, bro, acha kutudanganya. But nonetheless, he is doing his thing.
What exactly is he known for?
So he's an influencer. I honestly don't know much about him. What I know is that he does challenges to do with speed, and that's why his name has that Aisho Speed, the speed name in it. For example, he has challenged a lot of athletes into athletic challenges, and he ends up sometimes winning or at the very least coming at par with these particular individuals. Yeah, kukimbia. He has played against Cristiano Ronaldo, of course, for show again, not an entire football match. He has run against even the best athletes in the US because he's coming from there. He was in South Africa the other day, and I think some other South African country where he challenged another athlete and beat them. So
let me understand.
Yeah.
What exactly is he doing?
He's just doing a tour of Africa currently.
Good for him.
Yeah. So he's a live streamer. He just does crazy stunts and crazy stuff on his. When I say crazy, it can be anything from screaming to jumping to swimming to whatever it is. As long as it gives him views, that is what he does. Sometimes because I started watching him a couple of months ago, and I just realized there's absolutely nothing he does, but that nothing that he does, it has given him a lot of following, and I'm happy for him. I wish I could do what he's doing. Unfortunately, age and weight have overtaken.
Take advantage of those assets.
Yes, I am.
The age and the weight. Take advantage.
Salamu zifikie Ndunye hapa pia. Amesema, good morning guys. Greetings from the highlands of Limuru, Tigoni. Listen movie, you need to peleka city pole pole. Yes, Ndunye, I'm trying my best. Kama ajui Chris Brown, namuuliza kama anajua Rihanna. So I take him from a point.
I knew Rihanna.
Exactly. So I take you from a point of known to the unknown.
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
See, kuna mwingine anaitwa Beyonce.
Beyonce.
Ile is pronounced.
But yeah, it's Beyonce.
See Beyonce.
Also another American superstar.
Majina za watu mazee. Kuambiwa, you can't really know how it's pronounced, is it?
I don't know. Kuna mtu hapa ananiambia wa ofisi, ananiambia, Mungala Mbuvi, I am sure Abdi Samad doesn't know who Chris Brown is. Why are you speaking for Abdisamad, Brian? This is Brian telling me that perhaps. Aya, sawa. City, tupatie methali ya leo. And as City does that, let me just quickly tell you what happened in history today. In the year 1055, Theodora becomes the sole ruler of the Byzantine Empire. Theodora in 1055 will become the emperor of the Byzantine Empire. And then in 1961, riots at the University of Georgia tried to stop 2 African American students from attending. I watched the documentary on this. 1961. Riots at the University of Georgia tried to stop 2 African American students from attending. Quite interesting stories that we're getting from the interwebs today. Yeah. All right.
We
Methali.
are still in the Republic of the Niger. The current president, who was inaugurated for a 5-year term,
Yes.
is called Abdurrahman Chani.
Okay.
He took over. He's a general, by the way. He took over from General Mohammed Bazouz. You know, I'm not sure how to term this, but that you have coups upon coups to the point where that region is referred to as the coup belt. It really isn't a good thing.
Yeah, that area, yeah.
Because with all these coups, the question one always asks is exactly how does the citizenry benefit? And you'd be hard-pressed to find out how they benefit. Except from witnessing one person being removed, another one coming in.
Yes.
Let me look at the proverb, okay?
Okay.
Whoever is patient with a cowrie shell will one day have thousands of them.
Whoever is patient with a cowrie shell.
Yes. Will one day have thousands of them.
Ni kama ile ya wahenga wale wengine kutoka yule Europa walisema ya kwamba a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush.
No. See here. He
is about patience.
Yes. This one, I think that one is a nice proverb. And in Kiswahili, what is the proverb? Kilichoko
mkononi.
No. Mvumilivu
hula mbivu.
Thank you Edna.
Ni Edna?
Ni Edna. Ulikuwa nafikiri nani?
Hapana, sauti imesound iko na bells kidogo, nikasikia ni kama mvumilivu.
No, you are listening to my voice. So.
Okay,
but yes,
mvumilivu hula mbivu.
Yeah. But pia haba na haba
ujaza kibaba.
Lakini the mvumilivu is actually the one which is accurate.
Yes. So kidogo.
Yes, ukiwa na moja, uitunze uwe na 2. Punde sipunde zitakuwa 1000.
Naam.
Yeah.
So, hebu tuambie tena ya cowrie shell tena.
Whoever is patient with a cowrie shell will one day have thousands of them.
Okay. All right.
So,
thank you so much.
Sawa.
Hiyo iko sawa kabisa.
Well done.
Hiyo nimeipendelea kabisa. Ina sound mwah. Can we get into this thing that we call our amazing website, that is radiogeneration.co.ke? You know, there's a guy called Brian Odur. He comes in for the show called Power Drive at 3 in the PM. But this guy is awake right now at 6. If I were him, I would be deep asleep. But Brian Odur is actually a big fan of this show. I don't know if you know that, City Muga.
That?
Brian Odur, jamaa wa Power Drive.
I know who Brian Odur is.
Ndio nakwambia.
His other name is also Michael. He's called Michael.
Oh yes, there's a time he sent me mobile money. Nikaona alikuwa ananiambia happy birthday. Akanitumia kitu akaniambia Buda boss. Ndio mjibambe leo.
Okay, when is your birthday?
Nikaona ndakwambia sasa hizi. Nikaona Michael Omondi, nikashangaa Michael ni nani bwana? Kumbe ni yule jamaa. Haya, sawa.
When is your birthday?
My birthday is in May. Okay, so 23rd.
Thank you for letting us know early in advance.
Yes.
23rd of
ndio
May.
Pia ufanye kitu
Definitely.
Nitataka kuona jina zako za serikali
Definitely.
Nataka kuona jina zako za serikali. You can find us on our social media spaces, that is at Radio Gen KE. If you'd like to contribute to the conversation here, we definitely welcome you. Let's start with this one about what? Poor planning. It was posted about 2 minutes ago by the one and only Tanya Wanjiku. Na amesema hivi, poor planning leaves 7.82 billion status projects behind schedule. Major state house projects across Kenya with a combined budget of 7.82 billion are moving slowly with average progress barely about 20%. Control of Budget Margaret Nyakango has disclosed. In her November 2025 National Government Budget Implementation Review report covering the 2025-2026 financial year, Nyakango pointed to a weak preparation and planning by the agencies in charge as the main reason for the delays. She warned that these lapses could increase cost of taxpayers due to contract changes and penalties. We had a conversation about this in December City. I hope you can remember where there was a similar report. Was it in November? It was in November actually, I think, where a similar report showed that there have been delays in paying contractors, delays also in counties just taking care of their budgets in terms of the deadlines on their budgets. And now we are seeing that there's a combined 7.82 billion as far as the state house projects are concerned. So these delays are costing the taxpayer even more monies in penalties and delay fees and other legal requirements.
If you ask me, the government is juggling. The resources that I believe they have at their disposal to meet whatever objectives that they had set in motion, whatever development plans, a little juggling has to be done. Money comes in, you do this. Money comes in, you do a bit of this. And the beat goes on. I think this is something that has been happening from the very beginning. The delays we hear in capitation, the delays we hear in this, the delays we hear in this, it tells me that they're juggling.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's why, again, I'll go back to an argument I've had for the last couple of days now, that too much is being done and unapata they are spreading themselves very thin and perhaps even end up achieving nothing. For example, according to this report, the Control of Budget says major state house projects across Kenya with a combined budget of 7.82 billion are moving slowly with average progress barely above 20%.
Okay.
Yeah, 20%, man. We should be at least above average, at the very least.
You know, why you hear me saying the things I'm saying is because every time I think about some of these shortfalls that we put at the doorstep of the government, or the executive to be precise,
yes,
I have to keep asking, why are we seeing this? Who in their right minds would want to deliberately delay things that ought not to be delayed? Then I go back to the previous governments and I look at the intentionality of governments who say they're going to do what they're going to do. The pending bills issue came and reared its head, and we started understanding it in the Uhuru era. In the Kibaki era, from those who worked for government, I was informed, and I've been informed by many people.
Yes.
You were instructed when you do business with the government not to go to seek for your money. You would be given a date. Well, the example that was given was you went and sought a passport.
Yes.
When you had registered and done everything, you were then told, you were informed, you have a phone number, we will inform you when it is ready. And they would inform you by way of an SMS and you would go and collect it.
Okay.
The same would apply for money. Once your papers are in order, you've done business with the government, you wait. They will tell you to expect the money on a certain date and it will be channeled to your bank account because they have your bank details.
And they would do exactly
or it will be there. It will be there. It will be in your bank account. You did not need to go to no, it will be in your bank account. That's deliberate.
Yeah.
That particular process ceased and we started seeing people now looking for their money. But with county governments, the Kibaki government did not have a county issue. The devolution had not then been operationalized.
Yeah.
The operationalization of the county system began with the Uhuru era. So now we certainly had issues that previously were not there. So whenever you are looking at any government that came into devolution, you have to understand previous governments did not have to divvy out money to any other body. The money was centralized and they divvied it out to the various ministries who then did what they needed to do. But the moment we had this allocation and we were taking money to the counties, a new monster was created. Because we talk about devolving corruption in this country and we sometimes make a parody out of it. But it is true Yes, because the problems that started arising, and we started hearing about people who were owed money.
Yeah.
The county government highlighted these issues more than any other. Yes. And over time, that problem has actually increased, not decreased.
Yes.
Yes.
For these status projects that are being highlighted by the control of budget, it makes me wonder, what exactly is it and why 20%? Why are they under 20% in terms of the progress? It's... and yet we have people in those particular offices that you would expect are functioning. You have people in these offices that you'd expect have got the competence and the expertise needed to deliver. So why it is the way it is, for me, is beyond me. But anyway, that's a story that perhaps we shall talk about. Now, there's a story here. Thank you, Edna. All right, Edna amekuja kufanya kazi yake hapa studio. There's a story here about Somalia's cabinet which has revoked all agreements with the United Arab Emirates. Yeah, so let me just read this. Yes. Yeah, it's
wamesema kwenda.
Wamesema hii hatufanyi. So imeandikwa na Bradley Bosire. Bradley ametuambia hivi: the federal government of Somalia has formally nullified and revoked all existing agreements with the government of the United Arab Emirates, including those related to ports, security, and defense cooperation, in a sweeping decision adopted by the Council of Ministers on January 12, 2026. In the decision issued in Mogadishu on Monday, the cabinet said that the move was taken in exercise of its constitutional mandate to safeguard Somalia's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and constitutional order. The revocation applies to all agreements involving federal institutions, affiliated entities, and federal member states, specifically including operational arrangements at the ports of Berbera, Bosaso, and Kismayo. According to the cabinet, all bilateral agreements with the United Arab Emirates, most notably those on security and defense cooperation, have been cancelled with immediate effect.
What on earth could have happened?
Hapo ni kitu hili tunasemanga, we shall be following up on this story and let you know more as things unfold. But yes, serikali ya Somalia wamesema hivyo. Now, there's another story here that is of great importance. We actually had this conversation yesterday. Muturi, that is JB Muturi faults leaders over school inequality and says education crisis is about mismanagement. Now, the Democratic Party of Kenya has blamed persistent inequality in secondary school placement on governance failures and mismanagement of devolved resources, arguing that the education crisis facing parts of the country is not about quotas, but capacity and accountability. In a statement issued by the party leader Justin Muturi, he said that the debate sparked by former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagwa's remarks on school admissions had exposed deeper structural problems in Kenya's education system and political leadership. He argued that leaders who spend most of their time in Nairobi neglect the communities that elected them. Now, leaders from across the country, and especially wenye wanakwanga kule mahali tunaitanga ushago, have been accused of being domiciled in Nairobi. Yes, you're an MCA elected in Turkana, for instance.
MCA?
Yes. They have been actually accused of staying in Nairobi more than in the areas, especially areas where there is some level of hardship. Wamesema bwana, watu ni kama hawakai huko, wanakaa huko Nairobi. Unapata mtu ako na nyumba huko Nairobi. Kuko na nyumba Nairobi si ubaya, hakuna ubaya. But now when you come and live here, yet you have been elected to serve in those particular areas, it's a problem. Umeelektiwa kule sehemu ya Hola, wewe unakuja kuishi Nairobi. Umepigiwa kura sehemu ya Wajia, wewe unakuja kuishi Nairobi. So that accusation has been there. How true it is, I don't know, because...
Let me understand the accusation.
Yes.
What is being implied, that you will serve your people well or better if they see you on a daily basis in the area that you represent. Is that what they're saying?
Come again? When you're elected?
If you're elected,
yes,
and they see me every day and they know that I have a house which they can visit every day, then that is an indication that I'm serving them better. Is that what they're implying?
Perhaps that is, yes, an indicator.
Okay.
But let me ask you, why would you be elected in Kitui County, for example, as an MCA, but your always in Nairobi.
Why would I want to be elected in Kitui County?
I'm just asking you for example.
I know. I wasn't going to let that one.
Hauta kichwa.
You know,
yeah, but to get my argument.
The argument does have relevance because you are a local leader.
Yes.
And what needs to be a given is that you're easy to access. Yes.
Okay.
Because when people have issues that require resolution, they will come to you. And they do need to know that they can actually access you.
Yes.
It's important.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wacha tuone. All right, one last one before we get into the traffic update. Let me take you a little bit to the sports arena because people need to know that we also have some sports news here. So, new reign as Real Madrid sack Alonso and hire Arbeloa. Now, you should know there's a team called Real Madrid.
I know there's Real Madrid. Yes. I even know the team called Barcelona. Yes.
Now, Xabi Alonso has left his position as head coach of Real Madrid after just 7 months in the role. Alvaro Arbeloa, who has been coach of Real Madrid's B team since June of last year and also spent the last 6 years working with the academy, has been named as Alonso's replacement. Real announced Alonso's departure just a day after the club's defeat to Barcelona in the Spanish Super Cup final in Saudi Arabia. Alonso departs with Real, also second in La Liga's table, 4 points behind leaders Barcelona at the midway stage of the campaign. The Spanish Giants are also 7th in the Champions League table, having won four of their 6 games, losing the other 2. Now, a Real Madrid statement announced that the club had parted ways with Alonso and also had a stellar playing career at the club via mutual agreement. What I don't understand is Real have been playing really nice, especially in this new season. Pia last season hawako pabaya. Currently they are second place in their league table. Why they have decided to let this guy go is beyond me, but I'm sure they have their own reasons. But in my opinion, when things are not bad, why are you fixing it?
Is you think the only reason why they would remove a coach is because he's not performing well? Every club has a board. Every club has
a management team.
Yes, exactly. It could be for very many reasons.
Yeah, hii ndio sikuelewa. They played that Super Copa game 2 nights ago, whatever. The point is they played and they came second place and they did not let it go that easily. They lost 3-2 to Barcelona. That means walikuwa nenda head to head.
You do know that you're applying your logic to this situation, which is good.
The guy's been doing good for the club.
Yes, exactly. That's why when you say you don't know, you are right.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Yeah.
And neither do. The reason why people part ways, my friend, you can guess as many times as you want. Until we are told, we don't really know, do we?
We don't.
No.
But actually, I respect Real Madrid a lot because we played against them in a Champions League final in the year 2022 and we lost to them. Tulipona hivi kidogo. That is Liverpool against Real Madrid. And since that day, I've respected. It's actually one of my bestest teams as far as the European leagues are concerned. You know? Now they have let this guy go, I am really trying to understand what this new guy, Arbeloa, is
this guy, as you refer to him,
yes,
he represents the team as far as you're concerned.
And according to me, he was doing really good for the team.
Maybe he still is. But he still... you who follows football ought to inform me.
Right.
What are the reasons? What reasons are normally given when you find a manager or a coach parting ways with the team he has been coaching?
Yeah, like recently, Ruben Amorim left Manchester United.
You do know that, as you mentioned, people have no idea who you're talking about, but please go on.
And then
Amorim, yes, go ahead.
Maresca also left another team called Chelsea. He
left.
He was their coach, stroke manager. So, of course, for them it was about performance. For those two I've mentioned, Amorim and Maresca, it was more or less just about performance. These are big teams. They have invested a lot, and they expected much more in terms of performance and also delivery from the coaches. And that is why, unfortunately, these guys were let go. But for this specific one, hii ndio sijaelewa. But anyway, hii tutachia watu wa sports. Kuna majamaa wanakuanga hapa every single Saturday from 3 p.m. talking about nothing else but sport. So if you want to understand them getting deeper into these conversations, please, why don't you join them Pale Saturday on the Sports Garage. Sami Muraya, by the veteran journalist, is usually there every single day to ensure that you get the best of sport conversation. So anything from athletics to football to tennis, those guys got you. Can we look at traffic? Of course we can. Hata niwaambie ni wapi barabara zinakaa vibaya, ni wapi zinakaa ni kama zinawaacha mupite venye mnataka.
Traffic.
Aya, ninaangalia sehemu hapa ya Ngong Road. That stretch is looking good. Again, pockets. We have that ka area around Joseph Kang'ethe Road, Mali Joseph inakuja kupatana na Ngong. Hapo ndio shida iko. Suna Road Mali inaenda kupatana na Ngong. Hapo ndipo shida iko. Kwanza shida yenyewe iko kwa Ngong Road, ambapo gari zimesimama zikingojea folks from Kilimani area to join Ngong Road. And then we also have Ring Road Kilimani. That intersection also looking quite ugly at this particular minute, but the rest of Ngong Road is actually looking good. But it's only 6:35. I don't expect much trouble coming through on the roads right now. Valley Road, that roundabout around the Faculty of Health Sciences, University of Nairobi, inakaa kameshikamana kidogo, kumaanisha watu hapo wanasongamana kweli kweli. Mara Road, hii ni wapi sasa? Mara Road inatokezea mali panaitwa Hospital Road. Huko mko sawa sawa kabisa. Kilimani, sehemu ya Kilimani hamna shida yoyote. Elgon Road, Matumbato Road as well, Kiambere Road, huko mko sawa. Douglas Wakihuri Road as well, looking good. Now Langata Road, no complaints coming through. Let me just go way back to Bomas of Kenya. You guys are looking good. Landis Road as well, no complaints. This means that you guys are moving quite well. Lusaka Road as well. Enterprise Road, no complaints. If I zoom out and zoom even more out and try and see what's happening as far as Mombasa is concerned, watu wa pwani wanasema ya kwamba hawana shida yote kulingana na hii map. Lakini mahali niona kama kuna msongamano wa magari kidogo ni pale Mwembe Tayari. Hapa naona ni kidogo ni kama mmeshikamana. Na kwa mara ya kwanza nitawaambia ya kwamba Sheikh Abdullah Road ambaye inaenda kushikana pale na Ronald Ngala, hapo imeshikamana. Hakuna siku nimetangaza kukiwa na trafiki sehemu hiyo, lakini leo msongamano upo. Kengeleni kule, Kengelani, hii ni Kengelani Road, inakaa sawa sawa, lakini Kengeleni Bell, hapo sasa ndio kuna hata barabara yenyewe imechorwa purple, kumaanisha hapa msongi hata kidogo. Lakini sehemu ambazo zinaelekea Nyali Road na beyond, everything is looking fantastic at this particular minute. Yeah, everything else looks good. But if you do see something that you think I should know about, please holla at a brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right, getting into this newspaper review, and as we do that, salam zimfikie Sungura Yonis anasema, I loved the Cyprian interview yesterday. Sungura, thank you so much. We'll try and see if we can get him again, because we left a lot of unfinished conversations I would like to revisit. ODM decides, that is what is on the front page of the Daily Nation. Sources say a plot to suspend Secretary General Edwin Sifuna and Deputy Party Leader Godfrey Osotsi, who did not attend yesterday's meeting, was scuttled by moderates who argued it would further deepen divisions that have rocked the outfit since the death of party leader Raila Odinga last year. The Orange Democratic Movement's Central Management Committee has sanctioned pre-election coalition talks with the ruling United Democratic Alliance, taking a step towards formalizing a deal to back President Ruto's re-election campaign in exchange for a share of government positions should the coalition win next elections. This story is on page 4 to 5. The committee expressed the intention to initiate structured negotiations with different political formations, beginning with UDA. This is according to ODM party leader Oburu Oginga. Hitches on first day of senior school admissions. Grade 10 learners sit here preparing themselves to join Seiko, what us guys used to call Form 1. How nurse saved a life mid-flight. This story you can read it on page 3. Irene Jepchirchir was jolted by a distress call in a United Airlines flight headed for Boston, United States, asking whether there was a medical professional on board. With no response from the other passengers, the Kenyan nurse stepped forward and her crucial intervention helped stabilize an ailing passenger as the flight cruised above the Atlantic Ocean. Get that story on page 3. Page 12. Court derails state gravy train for private lawyers and drawing fury. The court has barred public agencies and counties from hiring private law firms for work that state council and county attorneys can handle. Healthy nation, that's what they're calling it. The pesticides killing Kenyans. A new investigation reveals how banned and highly toxic chemicals smuggled through porous borders are claiming farmers' lives and poisoning the food chain. Yeah, we had a conversation about this a couple of weeks ago. Perhaps also this needs to be revisited. Last but not least, the Standard. One single headline: Ruto Owalo game. Niliwaambia hapa kuna game, bro. 2027 cards is what they're calling it. When a deputy chief of staff whose level in government protocols is understood to be at cabinet level announced his departure, the message was interpreted in many ways. One interpretation is that this was not a routine administrative shuffle. Observers now believe that either the office he was serving in was dysfunctional, or that Eliud Owalo is being dispatched to play a role in the larger 2027 Ruto matrix. Only a few have accepted Owalo's claim that he left President Ruto's office to contest the presidency in 2027. And who are these people? This is what Senator Richard Onyonka said. With the passing of Raila, many people in Nyanza will pretend to run for the presidency. History tells us that in Kenya, we always only have 2 horse races, the president and the opposition. Anybody else will be seen as a spoiler. Millie Odhiambo, Minority Whip. A presidential bid would be hot air, a wild goose chase, and a fool's errand. If he does not vie in UDA, he becomes a kingpin of a smaller party that then fights out against ODM. Niliwashow his story, mkadhani ni jokes. Tony Gashoka, KANU spokesperson, says this: his decision to vie for the presidency is both strategic and selfish. Strategic because Ruto, who is desperate for the Luo Nyanza vote, has pinpointed him as a significant player. Selfish because he avoids going back to ODM to fight for space. Sasa mimi wacha niwapatieni conspiracy ya mine.
Please.
Ile yangu ya Paul Mungala Mbuvi.
Yako binafsi.
Hii ni ile mnaweza hata ita ya kijinga, hata mnaweza ita ya kitoto mkitaka, lakini nitawapatia. Huyu jamaa anaenda kukuwa mdosi ODM. Aya, tupatie magazeti yako yanasema nini?
You having a good time, aren't you? All right. Let's look at the Star newspaper.
Yes, please.
It's interesting. Some of the most popular news items in the Star: the Rironi Mau Summit Highway upgrade gains momentum. Okay. I shows speed. This guy you're talking about,
yes,
draws crowds in Nairobi CBD.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the news. Owalo resigns after announcing presidential bid. Good for you. Poor diet costs Kenyans close to 400 billion Kenyan shillings. How it does this, I do not know. Now, some of the articles that have been written refer to inside Ruto's hurdles for the 2027 re-election quest. Ugly scenes as lawmakers top official brawl over county power. Good for you. Counties drown in 8 billion bank loans as cash crisis worsens. This actually is bang in the middle of the newspaper.
Okay.
Borrowing driven by delayed cash releases from Treasury. This story, in my opinion, is half-baked.
Okay.
It's half-baked for one reason. Every time we have a conversation about the counties of our country and there are conversations about money, it's always about delayed disbursements.
Yes.
I never hear any conversation about own source revenue. And yet there is no county in this country where business is not conducted, and where the county government actually draws money. I also never hear of any plan that governors have, barring 2 counties, now 3, that I know of, where the governors seem to be switched on and they've understood the need for them to actually ensure that the counties survive. I do not see, hear, read of plans that county governments have to enhance not the revenue, but their capacity to more or less gear and move towards running their own affairs with their own resources.
Yeah.
It's always this lame duck situation where you're always crying and moaning about money being delayed and money which you haven't received. Alongside that conversation, in my opinion, should be the conversation of what it is they have done with all the monies that they have received. You need not go into history.
Yeah.
The time you've been governor and the monies that you have received. For you to say there's a shortfall, my opinion is that you ought to tell us what you've done with the others. And you have to tell us what it is that you had planned, how you have spent it, and why there's a shortfall. A shortfall doesn't arise because there's a delayed disbursement. What have you done with the other monies that you were given? What did you do with it? Can you point to tangible processes that have been followed? Because the one thing that seems a constant, it's always a constant with county governments, is that individuals, select and otherwise, who work within county governments gain the notoriety of being people who can be considered wealthy, and yet the vast majority of them do not have any businesses.
Yeah.
How do you grow wealthy and you don't have a business? How? The answer is very simple. You have access to funds that are not yours. They're public funds that should be used for the betterment of the citizens of that county. But you and your ilk have determined that you should appropriate these funds for yourself. Yeah. So, stop crying and telling us all these things. Serve the people who elected you and grow up, for heaven's sake. Do things that grown-ups are supposed to do. You have been given a task. Do it. You are responsible for people. Take up responsibility. These guys seem to take all the time moaning and crying about, oh, they haven't received this, oh, they haven't received this. Then there's a gathering, they call a council of governors. How exactly does that council move and help the better and ensure the betterment of the lives of the people of the counties they represent?
Someone once called that council of governors a cartel.
Yeah, it is a cartel, but it is approaching the deadbeat quality that our parliament has. A mortuary. Because what do you people do apart from stonewalling certain processes, apart from getting together to complain in unison? You're not children, you're grown-ups with huge responsibilities.
Yeah.
Yes. These stories, unfortunately, I do not buy these stories, and neither do I have any kind words to say about these stories. Year in, year out, people are given tons and tons of monies that those regions have never seen, and all you hear are complaints about what has not been given, without ever you being told about what they have done with the monies that they have already received, because they do receive some money.
Lot of money, not some.
Yes.
Lots of money.
I remember when we had a discussion here about some of these structures that are being put all over the country for aggregated business and what have you. Where are the businesses you're going to put there? Where are they? Where are the stories of the funding that those county governments have actually put in place to ensure the growth of existing businesses? When they grow and they get to a point, that's when they can be nestled in those institutions. But you're putting up a building and there's nobody to go and live in it. Why? And that we are supposed to clap and say that is progress. Yep. No, it is not progress. That is damning your people to poverty where there is plenty. There is money, it is given, it is misused. That is as politely as I can put it. So, that headline, we know where to take it. Yes. Let's look at the Business Daily, shall we?
Shall we?
Yes, we shall. Kenya clings to checks as peers move on. Lazima tuwe na checks bwana. Wanyama wanasema nini? Okay. MPs dump car loans, move 1.3 billion to mortgages. Umesikia hiyo?
Kenya car loans?
No. MPs dump car loans, move 1.3 billion to mortgages.
So wameenda kuchukua manyumba instead.
Wasema hii pesa
magari.
It's actually 5 million that they're given.
That for the car loan.
Yeah, ni
5 million each.
Yeah, unapewa.
That is kama unataka.
It's available.
Yeah.
Every electoral cycle is available. And then kuna mortgage unaweza kuchukua.
So nikiangalia gari ya 5 million kwa sasa hivi, because naangalianga my MPs magari wanaendesha na waendeshangi gari ndogo ndogo.
No, kuna kitu lazima uelewe. Tax ile wajua.
What do you mean?
Tax, TAX. Gari kija we ni MP jiulize, analipa tax ngapi?
Oh, TAX.
Tax.
Yani ushuru.
Tax. Yes.
Wanalipanga ngapi?
Sijui.
Okay, wanalipanga hata tuanzie hapo.
That is what I'm raising.
Yeah.
Wale wanaosikiza fanyeni homo kidogo mjione, because 5 million ni pesa nyingi mno.
Lakini bro, I'm actually saying the cars I've seen some MPs driving
they drive very humongous vehicles.
Cost more than 5 million, and especially even some fast
they
MPs.
Are in the 15 million range. But,
yes.
But remember one thing. Whether paloni. I'm not sure the 5 million is a grant.
Yes.
Because ile grant ile umepewa.
Yes. Ile chukua
usirudishe bwana. Kazi ngumu unafanya.
Right.
Asante sana. Chukua 5 million. But on top of that you can actually borrow. And you will be lent.
Because if your salary, plus what are they called, allowances and other stuff, you probably earn a million a month.
Barring an accident, barring nature taking its course, and you going to the afterworld, you will consider a 5-year
loan.
Yes, because 5 years you can work out. Every year 12 million multiplied by 60 million. That's mingi, brother.
Naam. Because nimeona waheshimiwa wengine wakiendesha magari kama hiyo umesema 15 million and above. Na ninajiuliza hiyo ni mshahara ya mwaka mmoja na miezi kama 3.
Ndio hivyo basi. Sasa
mtu anasemanga mshahara yake yote hivi anachukua hivi anaenda nanunua gari na rupap.
Yes, ndio hiyo. I don't think so. Many of them take mortgages and buy houses. But the car loan, I'm not sure whether it's a grant or a loan. I'm not certain. But what I do know is that they're very well looked after.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I one time, there's a time when Didi Nyoro became an MP. I used to meet him in town a lot. Been driven in this Mercedes Benz. I can't remember the exact model, but
ilikuwa ndefu kidogo.
Tuseme ilikuwa
kama SUV.
No, it wasn't an SUV.
Saloon.
It was a saloon Mercedes Benz.
Ndefu.
Na kalikuwa kamechapa. So it was probably an E-class of sorts, yeah? And he drove that. He was driven in that car for a very long time. And then eventually now he started driving the current guzzlers that we're seeing all over. And then before he was elected MP, there's a time, we met for some drinks somewhere. And the car that he had was also equally dilapidated. Actually, I had a better car than his. Then now, he's a 2-term MP, obviously. Been there, done that. He knows his craft around the place. Na kama amekuwa akipata 60 million times 2, hiyo sasa jamaa ako worth 120 million. Tukiangalia in terms of mshahara, of course, ako na expenses, analipanga vitu pana pale, school fees ya watoto and maybe other things. Lakini now he's doing pretty well for himself.
Wajua nini? When you earn $1 million shillings, let's just start.
Yeah.
It is a lot of money.
It is.
If you are prudent or you take the advice of people who understand these matters better, you can do a lot with it. So that I don't have a quarrel with. What you can do with it, how you can leverage on it, there's a lot you can do. What I am looking at is something simple. The narrative of pending bills vis-a-vis the narrative of disbursements to county governments, vis-a-vis the lifestyle that we say our lawmakers have. That one, I actually don't have a problem with it, not really. Because if you know how money works, a clever person, you don't need to be clever, you just need to attach yourself to a cleverer person and you'll know exactly what you need to do.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
My problem, and it stays my problem, is this. The discussions around money, in my opinion, ought to be, how exactly are we uplifting the poor?
Yep.
How exactly are we ensuring that these 4 million people, 5 million, was it going to 6 million, who are not certain they can have a meal, that in the last 3 months we've reduced the number by 500,000.
Yeah.
So now they're now 5.5, not 6. Another 2 months we reduce it by another 500,000. So we're now talking about 5 million, not 6 million. That to me is what I'd like to know, because that makes sense.
Yeah.
It means something that benefits the citizenry is happening. But if you're telling me that the numbers of those who do not know where the next meal is coming from is increasing,
Yeah.
and yet the opulence that is associated with political politically elected leaders, something is really very wrong.
Yeah.
Something is very wrong.
All right.
Pilot, Turkana crude exports fetch 3.6 billion energy, CS reveals. Remember, we do have oil.
In Takana.
Yeah, that story
Yes.
is one of these higgledy-piggledy type stories. It goes this way, it goes that way. It goes this way, it goes that way.
We found that oil over a decade ago, right? And I remember that time when it was discovered, someone told us, the country, this analysts and whatever pundits that talk about this stuff, they said, oh, let's not be excited. We shall start seeing the benefits of this oil. Or actually, we'll start using this oil in 10 years. And I remember that time people were like, what? 10 years? See, but the oil is here. Why are we waiting for 10 years? Oh, they told us, tests need to be done. They need to ascertain the molecular makeup of this particular thing. And then, of course, we need to talk about markets. And then now, we need to create our own refineries. I was like, but we have those things in Changamwe. Then they said so many things anyway. So they said, 10 years, ndio tunaanza kutumia mafuta. Bro, it's now been 10 years plus.
We do have, some of the stories coming from that particular place are not honest stories. Tanzania has the same sort of heavy crude that we have.
Okay.
Tanzania also has gas. If you look at the way Tanzania have positioned themselves vis-a-vis their oil restoration, first of all, the railway line, and if you look at it, the trajectory of its growth, it goes towards areas where you have these natural resources. If you have crude and you have gas, it means you have a mechanism by which you can actually warm it, so that even if you transfer it to the so-called refineries, the process of making it commercially viable is a lot simpler. You're using what you have. We already have a refinery.
Yes, we do have.
It's a question of tweaking it so that it can accommodate that crude. Tweaking it. It's an expensive venture, but we have refineries. It actually works. Okay? Now, why it is that the discussions around any resource, natural resource that we have, it has to be complicated, it has to be difficult. Every once in a while you're told an amount, yet no one walks you through how this amount was actually arrived at, and what it is that it portends. Because I would assume you would start with the reservoir that we have is in XYZ liters, barrels, or however you measure this thing. And the value that is anticipated is this. Remember, when we talked about gold in Ikolomani, in that region, that's what they did. The gold reserves we estimate is this. The estimated value is this. We have an idea of what you're talking about. One then can talk about anticipating, and then one can talk about how you're going to divvy out whatever money comes in, what goes to Turkana. We already have a situation in the country, and it is Tiomin at the south coast. We know the details of how that happened, what went to the county. And thanks to this guy called Mvuria, whatever location went to that county, Mvuria had the distinction of being one person who ensured that people who did well in his county did not miss school opportunities. That I know of, and so I can talk about it. Other things I have heard, but I am not certain of. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that unless we have a structure by which everybody understands this is what happens when these natural resources are discovered, and this is how the county benefits, this is how the national government benefits, it'll always be a story that is couched in mystery. And so what we do as citizens is we guess.
Immediately, by now we should be using this oil. When that time we're being told to wait 10 years, I'm like, man, guys, come on, man. Like
there was an attempt at explaining why we had to wait, because I read about it. Yes.
To come when 10 years, and now 10 years are over, but we're still here, still wallowing in the miasma of mental disarray.
Mazikizungu maze hapo. Hii mayasma.
Na bado. So kuna rafiki hapa ambaye anasema hiyo gazeti kwa ni form ni gani? Siku hizi they lost the plot kitambo sana. I pity whoever takes them seriously. It's like inaandikwa kwa nyumba ya mtu. Before DJT said fake news and never took him seriously. Okay. Ati wewe kumbe hizi miaka zote tumekuanga tunadanganywa kama watoto na magazeti. Sasa wametoka kwa Junet wameingia kwa Owalo but huwa wa rotate tu hapo Nyanza na ODM. I think he's talking about the Ruto Owalo game, that headline on the Standard newspaper. Hii kitu mimi niwaambie, it might look far-fetched, but Owalo kuna kitu either anaenda kufanya kitu ODM ama anaenda kufanyia ODM kitu. Hapo mimi I can tell you for a fact, for free. Take it to the bank. Right now though, let's take in the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has raised concern over Kenya's porous borders, warning that unmanned crossing points are fueling the spread of illicit alcohol, particularly in the western region. Speaking on Citizen TV on Monday, the CS said the widespread availability of illicit brews is largely linked to weak border controls that allow illegal products to flow into the country unchecked. He said the state will establish multi-agency checkpoints to ensure security across the country.
Part of the strategy that the president has directed is that we establish more vehicle checkpoints across, which are multi-agency, equipped with proper equipment, including drones, that they can monitor those areas. So you will see us soon, a place like West Pokot, a place called Konyao. You will see a new checkpoint that will ensure that the porous borders are dealt with. Some places also in Narok or Posmoro, for example, and its environment is a porous point. Some places in northeastern.
Kenya could be on course to roll out its first local manufactured vaccine by 2027, the government has announced. Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale revealed the plans on Monday after holding a strategic engagement meeting with the board and senior management of the Kenya BioVax Institute. Duale said the first phase of the vaccine manufacturing facility has already been completed and confirmed that the government fully financed the initial stage of the project. The Orange Democratic Movement has agreed to kick off pre-election coalition negotiations with President William Ruto's United Democratic Alliance as it gears up for the 2027 general election. The resolution was adopted at a day-long meeting of the party's Central Management Committee held in Kilifi County and chaired by party leader Dr. Oburu Odinga. Following the meeting, the committee resolved to pursue structured talks with other political parties, beginning with UDA with the objective of building a broad-based coalition.
The committee meeting expressed the intention to initiate structured negotiations with different political formations, beginning with the United Democratic Alliance. To this end, we have mandated the party leader to commence this process. Ile yote ambayo inaendelea ni demokrasia tu, kwa sababu party yetu imeruhusu watu kuongea na watu wanaongea maoni tofauti, lakini vile tumesema sisi tutaendelea kuongea.
Chaos disrupted the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers elections in Homa Bay County after the exercise was abruptly cancelled following a violent incident at Tom Mboya University. The elections were called off after a group of unknown individuals stormed the polling venue, seized ballot boxes and set them on fire, bringing the process to a halt. Homa Bay Kupent Executive Secretary Stephen Yogo said the violence was instigated by individuals linked to some candidates contesting for various positions within the union.
We realized that they were using some material in erasing the indelible ink and coming back to the line. They brought goons in the university, something that was against the electoral laws.
As we have invested so much in this election, and we want the union to be strong. We want the union to be strong, and it can only be strong when members participate democratically to elect their leaders.
Venezuelan opposition leader and Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado will meet President Donald Trump on Thursday, the White House has confirmed. The visit comes just weeks after Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro was seized in Caracas by U.S. forces, but Trump declined to endorse Machado, whose movement claimed victory in 2004's widely contested elections, as its new leader. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Very good morning to you. This is Radio Generation. We are now 6 minutes past the hour that is 7 o'clock. In the studio, I have City Muga and I have his BFF because zile masalamu wamepeana hapa. The last time nilipewa salamu kama hizo ni jamaa ambaye tulizaliwa tumbo moja. I'm talking about Field Marshal Boaz Waruku, the policy and strategy advisor, Elimu Bora Working Group. Boaz, it's a pleasure to see you this year. Karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Good morning.
Yeah.
I'm happy, Mbuvi, to
Yes.
be invited back to this studio, particularly this year, 2026.
Yes.
A year that we hope has lots of promises for young people in this country.
Right.
And for everybody else, not just the young. Yes.
True. The young.
And let me salute my brother here.
Yes.
City,
City
thank
Muga.
you. City, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Yeah.
It's good to see you, boy.
Good to see you. You make life easier and very promising. And it's like hakuna kitu mbele yenye inaweza kukushinda.
No.
He makes life easy. This guy.
Okay. It depends.
This guy.
Does he make your life harder?
No. I was just confirming. This guy.
He does. Yes.
City tutaongea nyuma ya tent after this
Sawa tu.
Tunataka kufocus today on grade 10 confusion and what lies ahead. Boaz, I don't know if you see this confusion that is being talked about. Perhaps you can just make us understand from where you stand or sit. What's happening with grade 10 admission?
Thank you, my brother Mbuvi. Unfortunately, we are in 2026 and we are using the terms confusion, opaque. We are even calling it incompetent transition. We've given it lots of adjectives. It's as if we did not see this coming. And yet, all along, we've been saying, can we do proper planning? The government keeps on assuring Kenyans they are planning. But if you're planning and then you reach a level where what you consider to be plans simply are not working. For instance, the red flag, I know we are not starting this just from the ground because many other persons or experts have been here having this conversation. So when I say the red flag, I am just starting with the period when the selection process was taking place. And many of the children decided that there were some schools which were not good enough.
Yes.
More than 3,000 out of the 9,200 senior schools earmarked at the time. More than 3,000, I think it was 3,600. They decided these ones are not good enough. They can't even be called senior schools. And they had their yardsticks. These young people are very brilliant.
Yeah.
And also aided by their parents, they would know what merits being called a senior school.
Yes.
Because, a compound with some two structures and some trees where a majority of the time people are under that tree and you're telling them that is part of the senior schools to be selected. They say, no, you people are not serious. And in addition, they are being asked to select those for pathways which had been predetermined in terms of the STEM, as science, technology, engineering, mathematics, or social sciences, or art and sports. You're asking them to do that. They are looking around. They don't see something that can give them confidence that one can go in and learn there. Even if you are to do apprenticeship, I'll tell you, anybody who wants to know journalism, if there was all the other media training institutes are full,
yes,
chances are that they'll walk into this place, a number of them, because they know there's some semblance of what I want to do. I can be mentored, I can, but you can't walk into the opposite is having a petrol station somewhere there, and nobody would walk in there and they want to be journalists. In other words, you go where you think the very basics do exist.
True.
So that red flag when Kenyans children, these Kenyan children and their parents flagged that up and said, these schools are not good enough.
Yeah.
That some decisive action ought to have been taken. I know it was coming late in the time.
Yeah.
It was coming. This was the 9th year after with the rollout, the formal rollout of CBC, now CBE. Some serious planning should have been done, and that should have been an alert, a warning. If you are doing monitoring evaluation, nowadays they say even meal, the evaluation reporting, all those stuff. If you're doing that, you know that there are certain signals that you do not ignore. Then they should have done a rapid response initiative of sorts to say what really is obtaining in those schools, so that they quickly, not quick fire, but then they plan in a way that even when you're eventually being placed there, but you're seeing certain regeneration is taking place in those schools, they won't be complaining much. So where we are is a case where those schools and every other school that are senior, in the senior school category, have received students. There's pre-selection process, which was supposed to be an automated kind of system, so that the automation was to help the schools with the pathways that had been earmarked. That okay, you STEM this category, there you go. But all of a sudden, they realized that they scored very highly. In fact, a number of the students, I am surprised, God also works in wonderful ways.
Mysterious ways.
I just saw, double E's, quite a number of them, and those double E's were really many. And those double E's, then they're being told, no, you can't go to your first choice selection of school because they're full. Then they start reasoning. They tell you, we only have a few of the St. Mary's Yala. So let me use that example for example. We only have a few of these schools. And true, it's because then they didn't know they needed to equip and make these schools be like every other standard school.
Yes.
So we are failing these young ones. You remember here is where we have discussed and said that within the junior school, these learners didn't get the full attention and support, the teachers and the tools and everything that would help them go through that phase well. But even after having done that, we assume that at least in grade 10, they'll land somewhere where some catch-up sessions. You could call it any other name, but just the teachers there would be trying to help them be up there so that they look like real senior school students. Not in body, because by the way they've grown. I interacted with quite a number of these young people.
Yes.
This young generation grows very fast. So what happens is, instead of just trying to help these people now to go there in the first year, that is of senior school, grade 10, to do the catch-up, so that the very basics they missed at junior school, they will get them here. We are joining there with a lot of confusion, uncertainties. As we speak, there are so many who are still out there. A number of things we have to do, whatever it takes. The diagnosis we've done a number of times. The first thing is just ensure these children are in school. I remember this was our default line in the 99, 2000, 2001 and 2002, when you're saying, Kenya had signed the charter that education should be for all. And then Mwai Kibaki declared free education, free primary education. He didn't say basic education. So that freeness, we say, there are people who are saying quality would be diluted, and all. Say first, let them be in school. Then we address quality. When they're not in school, you don't even know where they are. So first thing which must be done now, let all these children be placed. But also let them be placed in a manner that does not make it unsustainable. For instance, those who have been sent 300 kilometers away from their home in day schools, those are abnormalities which must be cured as we speak. Let there also be, I don't know whether you'd call it a template of settling these learners very quickly. Some reassurances. I know this one will now be coming from the teachers. And, these are teachers who have been dealing with the 844 model, the standard subjects. If it is the sciences, it is biology, physics, chemistry. If it is the social sciences, the history, geography, the religious studies, business, economics or accounting, any of those, And then the languages, these foreign languages. But now this is the era where I know you've looked at what are the subjects, the learning areas that they are going to handle. They have been told in blanket manner, STEM. You go to STEM, they have not been guided, because you go to STEM, you'll find the aviation they have placed there. You'll find power mechanics they have done there. You'll find even media technology, marine and fisheries, all this stuff are in there, part of the STEM.
Yes.
So there's a way in which these teachers require actually now to help these young ones coming on board, telling them, okay, as for now, even with all these schools that you thought had reached the top, not all of them have that combination of the teachers to deal with. So can we start with these ones? As we align ourselves, we talk to TSC and the training institutions so that they start preparing also those teachers. Because I've heard many Kenyans say now, can they link up with the polytechnics, technical training institutes where many of these teachers are coming from? Can they link up with? I had even one of the call-ins in one station was saying, there's a presidential music commission. Can they be even temporarily be dispersed to go and help teach music? Because those are some of the when offerings, you can come now to the art and sports.
Yes, music.
It is. There's music. There's the film and theater. All those things. There's a reassurance that is required. Otherwise, those learners landing there, this confusion created by the ministry, because actually this one has been, let's call it, the ministry is innocent, created by the president. That's where the buck stops. Truman said, isn't it?
Yes.
That's where the buck stops, because if he had prepared very well, he had 2 months, assuming that he was waiting for the end of the KJC. He had this month. If that confusion is that massive, it means no preparation had been done, And so the buck stops with the president.
Before we assign blame to the president, of which we shall definitely get there and see who exactly is at the root cause of the problem, there's a conversation we had yesterday with a gentleman called Cyprian Nyamwamu. He's a gubernatorial aspirant for Nairobi. One thing that came out, he actually highlighted, and I had never thought about it, is something you've also mentioned here, where we are having these young 14-year-olds having to decide on whether they are going to do marine biology, medicine, actuarial science, and the many other offerings that are in the education system right now. As a 14-year-old, I can remember I'm trying to remember myself as a 14-year-old. I honestly, obviously had some kinds of ambitions. I knew I would probably want to be a lawyer somewhere or a doctor, some of those prestigious careers that were being mentioned at the time. But come to think of it, I don't think I had the faculties to actually decide that I am going to study something in the line of medicine, or in the line of law, or in the line of actuarial science. I just needed to understand the basics of calculus, the basics of mathematics and division and matrices and all those things, because at that particular point is when, by the time I was reaching Form 4, is when I realized, by the way, kuna vitu ningedhani at 14 ningeweza, but now that I'm 18, now I realize that there are some things I honestly cannot deal with, but there are some that I'm really good at. 14 years old, we are telling them, get into music, get into sports, get into sciences. Are we doing the right thing for them, really?
Thank you. I wouldn't say there's a magic age where that needs to be determined. First, let me salute Cyprian.
Yes.
Cyprian has been a friend many years. We have worked with him in so many other spaces, and salute, and I wish him the best. When it comes to the age that where you should make that decision, it depends on the predisposing factors around you. There are areas, if you go to Finland from a very tender age, you go to Japan from a very tender age, you are exposed to all those stimulating encounters, and that starts preparing you. Those are the countries which have realized that the pre-primary is very, very important, because they model somebody into thinking and all. And so when you have the employees, top-notch child psychologists, those development experts, gurus who are there, who are constantly just helping these young ones to discover themselves, and as they grow, and they'll be able even to identify. We call them extra fast learners. Others call genius, and no, it's not a case of genius. It's because they have been prepared.
Okay.
In those environments, even when they start deciding where they want to go, it becomes clear because they've been exposed. For you, when you are giving your narration, I realize you are even dealing with the maths that you didn't know which ones existed. Maybe CT will laugh when I tell you at the St. Mary's, by Form 2, we had done a lot of maths that we didn't find books that were challenging. So some of us went for the A-level maths books, the pure maths.
This is
just to try at Form 2, because,
challenge yourself.
Because you've challenged yourself, you've gone to the library, you've done a lot, because that is your full-time work there.
Okay.
So, that kind of exposure helps you. But in a majority of us, we do what was prevailing in our primary school system.
Yes.
Unaona ndege imepita, I want to be a pilot.
Yes.
Unaona nini, Alex Luyai is a principal somewhere in Western. If he's listening, I know he'll laugh, because we used to laugh at this example. The boy just loved buses, and you can remember those buses coming and reaching Kakamega, and the way they looked very strong, and he used to say, I want to be a bus driver. You see that kind of a thing.
Yes.
So there are things which will stimulate the mind of a young person at those levels.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is, when you cage these people, these young ones, with no supportive conditions or environment that can help them to identify that early enough, you are not helping them much. You are not helping them much, because Some will pick, those of us who, like me, I grew up, I really wanted to be a pilot because I used to see
the planes.
I don't know whether that is the route for some of those planes.
Yeah.
And you'll see them with some smoke. We used to think that was a smoke, but no,
it was
that's
just
cloud.
Pressure being released.
Yeah. No, but then after that, you start realizing, what was making you think that we was totally different?
Yes.
But have we prepared these young ones to reach that level? At the Form 4 level, now, okay, I'm telling you, for us, when we are getting to Form 3, at least the orientation was a little bit clear.
Yes.
It was a little
You
bit,
knew the direction.
I'll be very frank with you. In our school, because you see, we had all those rooms, the science rooms and all that.
Yes.
If you'd be finding me in the English library there, it's just because I want to read some of those books.
Okay.
But if there's a teacher who wanted to get now Atanga, let me give you the high school name.
Yes.
They'll basically go to the science room.
Yes.
And a number of them that are there. They know they'll find you there, you know. So, and they also encourage you. So at that time, it helped to be in that kind of a direction. So where we are right now, we are bombarding these young ones with what is in our mind. In fact, the mind of a few. And then we are making the parents and everybody else think like we know what we are telling these young ones to do, that this is the path they have to take and they must take it now. But we are ill prepared for that. Even things, the very basics we should have done correctly are not being done. There's certain things which Kenyans are forgetting quickly. Remember, the junior secondary school also tested us a lot. We said you have domiciled this in primary school.
Yeah.
But we knew the primary schools had completely no supporting infrastructure to support this. The learning resources required there, not there at all. And of course, the crazy thing about it is that somebody came out of the mind and said 15,040 shillings per learner per year should be adequate, where there's completely nothing, even lower than what was being given to the high school students. So you find that at that level, instead of then thinking, how do we make this support mechanism to be in existence, what the quick fix that will add some money through the NGCDF so that the MPs would help us construct the laboratories.
What if
as we speak now, I mean, you just do a spot check and go. The few that have constructed what they call laboratories are empty halls, like the community social halls.
Yeah, with no equipment.
What makes it be called a laboratory is because
of the equipment.
According to them, that's a laboratory. But I'm telling you, what makes it be called a laboratory is because it was decided that they'll be constructing some laboratories. So, those kind of gaps. Yeah.
Let me ask you, what if a student chooses the STEM pathway, then in the middle of the course decides, this one, for me, no. Perhaps I'm better off in a different pathway. Do they go back to square one, or?
Let me tell you, up to the time we joined the university, there was even interdepartmental transfers.
Yes, there was.
Inter-faculty transfers and inter-university transfers.
Yes.
Those existed.
It's actually still there. Yeah.
And right now, it is minimal because for the 844 cadres that have now been coming, they actually even revise the choices.
Yes.
Up to the very last minute after the results have been released, so that you can match up and say, okay, I thought I would go here, but I'm seeing my marks and the cluster points required, I cannot reach there.
Yeah.
But in other words, you're still being allowed. But even when they join, they can still change. For us, it was, all those things you select before you sit, and the teachers were very, very important. And that's where the career development is very instrumental. I think you get that in a school, it's working, it helps to a large extent, it helps shape these learners because those teachers know you, and you also know how you interact with books. You know that when it comes to biology, I simply scrape through because it is the goodness of the teacher, but my own effort is very minimal. So you know that as per me, probably that would not be the path. But there's a harmony between the teacher and yourself, where you say whatever it is in this biology and all, you'd be able to deal with it. So this career development departments in schools, in as much as we are dealing with this confusion and all that, I think some of these areas and points need to be taken seriously. Because one, that is where you start molding and helping these learners to discover themselves and also to know what is obtaining in those areas. Where we are and what happened. Take the example of those the pre-technology subject that they were handling, which is a humongous kind of thing and very generalized. And then from that pre-technology, probably they come out and now like the film and theater or media technology that now one wants to select. They are still lost. It is still within STEM, but for that imagination to reach there, that now this is the path that I want to take, it will take still the teacher who is well versed on how this can evolve to help that learner. But you know, at JSS, you're aware that the teachers who are helping them, with due respect to my good friend who was teaching English and languages, many of those teachers at JSS were the social science teachers, and the majority of them were Kiswahili and business studies, or CRE and Kiswahili. I don't know why they didn't think that English and other things are necessary, but also because when it also comes to sciences, very few. And I'll give you, I may not disclose the name, but having interacted also with the teachers, there are cases where the teachers, some of the two head teachers, you just sampled a number of them, but two were very categorical. That we were given these teachers, JSS, two of them. None had science orientation, and one completely disliked maths. Let me not say a teacher can't hate something. Disliked.
I mean,
maths.
they're allowed to like or dislike it. I mean,
no.
At the end of the day, it's a free country.
Yes, but not. I didn't want to use the term hated. So this one, I'm saying this one said. They came and we eased off because we had started off with our primary teachers, the P1 teachers who had been teaching the maths and all. And drastically, they realized the drop in that subject was enormous. And they actually called for a consultation and I said, okay, as much, but you know the parameters, what was informing this. One, these are teachers who are not in that field. Two, they had been out for so long. Some of these teachers who are being recruited, some had even started doing their own shops or agriculture and doing other things and completely not been in the formal teaching. But the rapid deployment and even without taking them through some reorientation made sure that now they were not really well prepared. So these two head teachers told me verbatim, we had to bring the maths teachers who were handling this subject to work with them as they continued. And because they're saying they had not even settled, because remember they're still being brought as interns also, have not been confirmed. The kind of funds that they're being given, some already had families started, you know, husband and children or a wife and children, you know. So you are giving them peanuts to survive on, and they had already started other survival mechanisms which were paying off a little bit more. So that kind of induction and orientation, they told us, it's not just me, that we actually had to see how the existing teachers from the primary level continued to help them. So a number of when you encounter such a situation, and these were the teachers who were helping even in entering in those rubrics what whether the learner was getting something from class, approaching expectations, the normal school-based assessments. And the children are also many. They are not able to actually specifically take time and interact with one and say a number of times, then they'll just be feeling, because if you don't feel, then you also get lost. So in other words, I don't want to get to the details of how we failed the JSS, but with that kind of a situation,
yes,
you don't expect these learners to have been well prepared and ready. And as a Limobora, we kept, I think repeatedly, we used to say, yes, here we are. You guys have refused that nothing can be done. The Magoas had come in and told us the train had left the station, and they did not want to hear any. To them, anybody giving different opinion is an enemy of this process, like Ambassador Amina, who was a minister for a short while, who thought there's some reason in what these guys are saying. Let's revisit this. Not good enough. So that kind of mentality brought us to this ditch. And even as we are in the ditch, we are still raising our heads up and saying everything is okay. In fact, we even pronounced the number of teachers that it's never happened anywhere before. No, let me not use that tone. People may get it wrongly. But that for the first time, we have, I think, the Jamhuri Day speech of the president. He was clear that, him is just dealing with general statistics. That is, he had recruited 76,000 and some 24,000 would also be recruited, so that we start 2026 with 100,000 new teachers recruited. The details of that, that's another ballgame altogether. But two,
sorry, no, go ahead. Finish.
Two, also, you consider them as interns, and majority are even now, some are in court. The protests we've seen, those people have not settled. But also, the composition of that teaching force that you have brought. I've given you the examples of how majority of them were more of the art-oriented, social sciences oriented. Okay. And so we have these gaps which a responsible government would have taken time. Just take a checklist, just noting, we are transitioning. What are the basic parameters? One, those teachers that would be handling, because at least they came up with some curriculum framework for the grade 10, for the senior school. They came up with some designs that would help or guide this. But you're coming up with them, but the people to deliver them. And of course, let's
listen to CT before I ask my next question.
You said that I have two questions actually.
Yeah.
Let me preamble my first question. The president, not the ministry, the burden bearer of this. Why?
Thank you. Thank you. We have a presidential system in Kenya. The vision that is being implemented for this country is carried within our constitution. And the president swore to uphold it. All these other people that are working with him, he's the one who identified them. And he sent them as messengers. And so let me start with the hierarchy of power, the people here. Because the people are the ones who mandated him. Let's not get to the details. People mandated you, so they delegated that authority, that power to you. And then you are supposed to exercise that power in accordance with the Constitution. So you go ahead to constitute a government. You have cabinet secretaries appointed, and even during the vetting, one should not forget what Mbadi said. That he dangled that list. He said, this one, but let's give the president what he wants. These ones can't deliver. In other words, he went for the most unqualified and the ones that were laden with some sort of corruption issues. So why I'm saying the buck stops with him is because he's the one with the authority to execute the functions of the national government. And the cabinet exists to assist him the same way his deputy assists him. So the one when everything else has failed that people look up to is the president. If he meant well for education, and with all the hue and cry that have been there, indeed even formed a presidential working party, if you do remember, headed by Professor Munavo. He said he wanted to be informed or advised. And I'm sorry to keep on saying this. You form a working party, a committee to advise you, but you tell the committee what to advise you on. Because this happened, like when they were introducing the higher education loan, the financing, the new model. He was receiving a report, looked at it, and thought, no, this is not what I expected. You go and do a fresh one. But even before they could do a fresh one, he was unveiling something. Those are specific examples of where he was telling them what to advise him. So,
do we know
why this
particular committee advised him before he rejected it? Was it perhaps a good plan that he rejected, so that we can say that for sure you were given a good model, but you just said no, and then you gave out one that doesn't work?
If you are to ask Munavo even to date, I think you should be able to call him, because he was using our taxes.
Okay.
For us as a Limubora, we followed and asked, kindly give us the first interim report. The second interim report is where that funding thing came in.
Okay.
They said it is only for the eyes of the appointing authority.
Okay.
We tried, I tell you to the length that we went to, because there were some friends on that side or within the team. Some of us appeared before them and gave opinion and suggestions during public participation. And I think there are two friends I tried, and not just me alone, with some guys. We said, even if it is just for the appointing authority, please can we just come? We'll just open that the laptop of yours. We know even our lenses are not those of the intelligence that will capture everything, but we can remove these ones. We just have a peep to see the understanding of it. It was never to be. In other words, those so-called two interim reports, the only semblance of what we came to know were the press releases by presidential media communications department.
Because
those reports have not reached the public. They are not even annexed to. In any case, they are not supposed to be annexed to the final report.
Right.
But they are not there to date. If anybody has seen them, we could have been among the first to see them. We didn't see them, and we looked for them.
The president.
So what the president came up with is what we'll say he had. Mbuvi.
Yes.
A president doesn't come to a presidential function without knowledge of what is in the material he's going to preside over.
Because in his campaigns, he did say that once he's elected president, he will cancel this whole CBC thing, which is now called CBE. Yeah. But he said that he was going to do that.
Yes.
But when he got into place, that never happened. So I don't know what exactly happened that he changed or didn't change his mind.
This Kenya is ours, and we have to be able to call the things as we see them.
Okay.
CBC was started as a business by the Uhurus and the Matiangis and their cartels and all that. And if you don't remember, it was a business which was so heavy first on books. And it was a business also on consultancies, heavy. And when that happened, probably when Ruto came on board, and he must have realized, there could be some good business here. And that's why, for me, I call it out openly. Kenyans should just be clear. If you are serving as Githeri and your children, you are serving them meat, your children must first also taste this Githeri. You can't be forcing the parents of the low income bracket and everyone who cannot opt for other systems elsewhere. You force them here and now. Your children escape it. None of those leaders had their children in the system. No wonder even when they bungle, they do not care. So for me, if the vision that you veer off from the Constitution and just Kenyans' aspiration, if that fails, the presidency is the collectiveness of our own vision as a country, based on the guidelines we give.
My second question.
Thank you.
The Ministry of Education and all its affiliates have very well informed, very well trained, very knowledgeable people.
Yes.
I know that as a fact.
Experts.
Complete and absolute.
Yes.
Are we saying that we do not have people within the ministry who, understanding that we have a problem, could set this problem right so that the beneficiaries of the system, who are our children or grandchildren, would then be able to actually benefit from it? Is this system beyond redeeming?
First, let me tell you, a system, you can deploy yourself fully when you also know you're safe and secure. Those experts we are talking about are not safe and secure. First, if they saw Amina being elbowed out, what was that statement? If the cabinet secretary, who came on board immediately, told them, we are not here to be told what is wrong, we are here to implement. And you do remember, may the Lord continue resting his soul in eternal peace. Magoha and his style, I would say that is not a style that would help an education sector to thrive, because an education sector should be allowing all those opinions, the divergent opinion, because you select the best from it. But he came and declared no one, anybody who wanted to engage with him, and I'll say this openly, because at times, City and Buvi, people may think that when you do research and when you engage in advocacy and policy analysis to influence, that we are just doing it to make the government look bad. No. We took time even to go to to Professor Magoha upon his appointment. But first we had gone to Amina. Now Amina first. Let me tell you, Matiang'i was not easy even to reach. Matiang'i was like a president. I think Uhuru, 50% of Uhuru's executive power was with Matiang'i. He was too full of himself. He knew everything and nobody could tell him. That one I'll say so openly. And unfortunately, he had his attack dogs, and some of them all over. Unfortunately, nowadays I look at some of those attack dogs, they are backtracking and saying, we messed. They say, but we were telling you guys and you felt it was nice to take Kenyans out down that road. So I'm simply telling you that these guys, in terms of opening up for consultation, we went to Professor Magoha. Professor actually walked out and said, no, it appears it's only you people who do not understand CBC. And they called, that time, the current NEC chief executive, David Njegere, who was his advisor on the CBC. Dr. Juan, who was at the KICD, was there. So he told, he said, it's only you guys who seem not to understand. So Juan opened to the slides, almost 180 something slides, to help us understand CBC. And we stopped him. We said, you guys seem not even understood the memo we sent to you. What do you wanted to discuss? And the professor excused himself. He was going for state function. And so in other words, they had a deaf ear, not listening. So when you have such, the technocrats, Chiniako, how do you expect them to? You remember the way I think Magoha would go very early to the offices, and for him, working means movies on his desk. City is there, even if maybe here you must be hard. That's when people would know you are working.
You're at work, yes.
Yeah, but in those offices, according to them, you could see. And I think part of the media fell for that.
The media did.
Because they said, oh, this guy is really handsome.
Actually, the media propagated the narrative, which is absolutely false, in its interpretation of what was a summation of the activities of both Magoha and Matiang'i. The media often labeled them as some of the best education ministers we ever had. And yet, when you look at the details of their tenure, it was disastrous.
It was chaotic. It was authoritative. Actually, it was excessive use and abuse of power. If you ask me, look at their predecessors. Mutula Kilonzo Sr., for instance, the architect, or rather he facilitated the enactment of Basic Education Act. He came on board the first thing he said, no. In as much as I'm listening to all these stakeholders, he brought his top echelon of the ministry at KICC. He sat with them and asked them. He actually told them, I'm a lawyer, and in case there's something that also require even my input, I'll be able to deal with it. There's a week, I think, he carried the material that he was going to have his own retreat. And the session that he called, and I attended that session, you could see somebody who wants to correct something.
Yes.
Who wants to give some good input. He did that. But when you get a minister who doesn't first want to listen to the teachers, the first attack, if you do remember, of the Matiang'i and the Magoa was to tame the teachers.
Yes.
And what kind of rubbish is that? Those are the voices that you must listen to. I do remember the voice of majority of the teachers, except those who wanted to be seen as good because there were benefits. But the majority of the teachers wanted to, how can you implement this without the teacher on the table and diagnosing this? So it is the way that they handle this. They shattered, actually, by the time they were leaving, if you remember, many of the directors at the ministry were on acting capacity. Because there are those who are retired, yes. I think even some sought for early retirement. But those who had been placed to act were still acting. So even when Magoa comes in and these people are still acting, you can imagine you're acting in your position as host.
Right.
And the policy of this organization is such that don't go so deep or don't go this way or you don't be mediocre and all that is what you're speaking. You'll be fired even before confirmation. So that is what happened. Let's not go back to those history and diagnosis.
Boss, why it's important.
Yes, sorry.
Most people who listen and who are now enthralled in understanding the CBE and whatever it is that we are experiencing right now do not know that history, and they must understand where the problem started from.
Okay.
The opportunity to set this thing right and to make it workable and to make it something that would benefit the students, that was shunted aside.
It was.
It's like the egos took center stage and they pushed an agenda.
Yes.
And now we are now reaping those very bitter fruits of that process that was actually shoved down the throats of the taxpayer.
Yes.
There's a comment here from a viewer, Nazlin Lesusuyan, saying, where did the curriculum originate from? And can we get any research that was done on its formation? You have told us the real reason behind it, but that's a very good question. Ilitoka wapi na kulikuwa na research ilifanywa? Then there's the Kikombe who's saying, if competencies are truly the goal, shouldn't we be honest about what we are changing? The curriculum, not the whole education system. So let's start with the origin of CBE, CBC.
Thank you. And let me also honestly open up even further and say, even as we are discussing this, the beautiful thing of having people around the table when you are initiating a process is because you are able to harvest and harness all those opinions so that you come up with a consensus. That should have been step one, which never happened, because at that time people would have been asking, why are we changing from this to what? So that those assessments are being done to find the fault lines and if do they need to change or they can be fixed. All those issues were supposed to be there. But there is the Professor Douglas Odhiambo report. Douglas Odhiambo, professor, was tapped by Kibaki to head this. It was a commission, Professor Douglas Odhiambo task force on education. What was supposed to be done? We had a new constitution 2010. With this new constitution, the constitution of Kenya is rights-based. And that's why when I see the agitation I know Kenya is still in good hands. Only that there are people who do not want to listen. Because it is rights-based, it's an activist-driven in a way, because if you fail to do something, there should be people championing for it to be done. And indeed, the overriding principle within it, Article 19, that says the political, economic, social, cultural policies being done must, at the very first foundation, must acquiesce to the Chapter 4, that is the Bill of Rights. So it is a rights-based constitution. So why I'm bringing this in is because at that particular moment, then you require to have all this, you could have required to have everybody coming on board. But Douglas Odhiambo was given a mandate to ensure that the system, the education as was, would align to the dictates of the 2010 Constitution. And indeed, Douglas did a splendid job. Of course, as he was struggling to do this, like many of the commissions, you'd find some a few weeks or even a month plus missing because they are still dealing with logistics. But they went around the country, collected views, came up with a blueprint. Part of that is what informed the Basic Education Act, which is a very progressive law, if you can look at it. From there, this thing, the idea that let's look at how can we improve on quality? How can we deal with equity issues? Because if it is rights-based, you must be very clear on Article 43. Education is a right for everyone. Article 54, the disabled, persons with disability, children with disability, and all, young, old, and all, must be accorded the opportunity to access education opportunities. That does not dehumanize them, and that is also aligned to their aspirations and all that. Article 55, for instance, on the right of the child, that the children have got a right to free and compulsory basic education. In other words, the government shoulders the burden of educating them. That the taxes the government collects, education as a, they should look at education as a priority. And that also, as they are doing so, they must also look at the other learning needs, because Article 53 actually broadens the rights of the child, which those rights, by the way, rights, when you are in that discourse, the rights are interdependent. You can't split and separate and say, let me now just deal with this. Hizo zingine nitaangalia baadaye. No, that's not how it works. So that framing, including how you go to the other categories of the marginalized communities before that time, our affirmative action could be done, equity issues, including the older generation. I mean, that is Article 57. You'll find that all these were coached and reflected there, and Professor Douglas did a splendid job. Because they are through his team, even the first drafts of the Basic Education Act, it was the right to education. Many of us were pushing that it be looked at in that context. But then we said, okay, let it be the Basic Education Act. You'd find that he included majority. Actually, I've not seen where there were any loose ends. Because one, we were starting to look at what is it that is required to ensure these rights are enjoyed by the children, are enjoyed by the youth. So he said first, pre-joining. As you join, admission and all that, there are charges which are there. That is where these illegal levies come in. Remove that completely. Section 34 of the Basic Education Act. Anybody charging you or asking you for any admission fee, action should be taken against that person. Unfortunately, when I say report that person to the county directors of education, at times some of those county directors of education look elsewhere because they are not seeing that the CS is serious on enforcing this. But it gives the cabinet secretary the sole responsibility of ensuring there's compliance with what the Constitution says, but with also the Basic Education Act as is captured. All those things exist what we are seeing, this lamentation and, crying, these people are crying like each and every one of us, but they have the instruments of power to ensure they do the right thing. They are simply not doing. So I think back to what you wanted to know, the origin and all. Yes, the Constitution dictates, because those are directive principles from our basic law. The basic acts which have been established include the Children's Act, Basic Education Act, even TVET Act, the Universities Act. All these have components springing from the Constitution that, if implemented, would not have the chaos that we have. So it is at the implementation level where chaos begins.
So where is the origin?
So the origin, I'm situating it at the alignment that was supposed to be with Professor Douglas Odhiambo and his team going round. They identified lots of gaps that required to be fixed, and that's why then they made the recommendation on how the statutes that needed to be enacted, like the Basic Education Act, was to go about. But the pronouncement that now we are now moving away from 844 to CBC, that was a political statement, and we called it Uhuru wants a legacy. The way Moi is known and synonymous with 844, Uhuru wanted to be known with CBC.
Nothing. Are you saying there's nothing Professor Douglas Odhiambo's report that in any way, remote or near, indicated that we need to overhaul the education system?
No.
Gentlemen, we have come to that thing that we call the end of the show. But thank you so much, Boaz. Yes, imagine.
He's just started asking a question.
You're not worried. The reason why it must end now, we now have an excuse to invite you again.
Yes.
And we will continue from where we've left, because it is important that people understand, and I am grateful for that background you've given, because it places us right at the point of where now the CBC comes in from what you've said.
Yes, because then you'll also be dealing the placement nightmares that we're having, and the children, more than 143,000 who are actually still not assured of landing. And if you remember, I did say, whatever it takes, let these students, these children, be catered for in the senior school.
Clearly, this confusion will go on for a while, and the mess that we're seeing will go on for a while. So it gives us another opportunity to talk about the solutions that we need to ensure that it doesn't go on forever. Right now, though, here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police in Kiminini sub-county in Trans Nzoia have arrested 11 suspects believed to be members of a criminal gang known as Mbogiadu. The gang is accused of terrorizing residents of Birunda, Kiungani and neighboring areas, disrupting what had been a largely peaceful community. During the crackdown, officers recovered an assortment of weapons including bows, arrows, machetes and knives, allegedly used by the suspects to intimidate members of the public. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba has given grade 10 learners up to January 16th to apply for transfers to senior schools of their choice. Ogamba said the placement of learners was conducted using the new Kenya Education Management Information System, which is being operated by a dedicated team of ICT officials. However, The process has drawn complaints from parents, some of whom say their children were assigned to senior schools far from home.
Parents want to change students from their schools, and that window is still there. We'll issue a status report on Friday, and that status report will determine on whether we'll open another window for further admissions.
Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen has reiterated proposals to increase the minimum legal drinking age from 18 to 21 years. This is part of a broader strategy to address what he described as a growing alcohol and drug addiction crisis in the country. Murkomen, speaking on Citizen TV, cited a recent report by the National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse, which shows that about 4.9 million Kenyans are addicted to one substance or another.
And the proposals that are already on the table is to enhance the age of drinking, the minimum age of drinking from 18 to 21. It is also to ban online sales of alcohol. By the way, that is an area where there is a big crisis. Many parents do not realize that most of those things that their children are ordering, in fact, ordering alcohol online from shops that are sold online, makes it possible for underage to receive alcohol because it's being ordered and delivered their houses.
Residents of Old Race Course Estate in Kariokor within Nairobi's Starehe constituency on Monday staged a peaceful protest over alleged illegal takeover of a public access road. The demonstrators accused private developers of blocking the road, which they say has served the community for decades and is a vital link to homes, schools, businesses and nearby hospital. The residents are now calling on the government to intervene and take action against those responsible.
We don't want anything. What we pleading and what we insisting that we want our road back.
But vile wakaji wamesema ombi lao imekuwa noted na bwana DCC ya kwamba wanaomba mama atafutiwe alternative place.
Hii barabara mtu asifunge tena. Tumeelewana wananchi? Tumeelewana. Yes, na mtu asitumie, mtu akifunga sheria tuko na serikali iko.
Protests that began in Tehran over the collapse of Iranian currency on December 28 before spreading to towns and cities nationwide have led to more than 500 deaths. This is according to a US-based observer group. The role of Iranian's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is at stake, with demonstrators angry at crippling price rises alongside social and political restrictions. US President Donald Trump has repeated his threats to intervene, saying on Sunday that Iranian officials had called him to negotiate. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Real Madrid sacked head coach Xabi Alonso on Monday following Sunday night's 3-2 defeat to Barcelona in the Spanish Super Cup final. The club's B-team coach Alvaro Arbeloa has been named as his replacement. Alonso leaves after 34 matches in charge with 24 wins, 4 draws and 6 defeats, including Sunday's loss to Barca and a 4-0 defeat to Paris Saint-Germain in the semi-final of the FIFA Club World Cup in July. The coach joined Real Madrid last June to replace Carlo Ancelotti after 2 successful seasons with Bayer Leverkusen. Defending champions Paris Saint-Germain are out of the Coupe de France after a shock 1-0 defeat at home to Paris FC. PSG won the trophy for a 16th time last season, but lost to their newly promoted City rivals despite dominating the game. Jonathan Ikone, who started his career with PSG, scored the only goal of the game after a perfectly timed run on the break. It was PSG's first last 32 defeat since 2014. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. A big shout out to Samson Abok ambaye amesema, boss, be careful, city will destroy you. City Samson seems to think that you will destroy people.
You know this thing about opinions and how they count?
Yeah.
I think that particular understanding must be broadened.
Yes.
That is his opinion.
Of course.
And in the absence of the details of what it is that he means, it remains just that.
Yeah.
His opinion.
And he goes on to say, City needs me there, and the show will be 5 days talk with 50 million views, or rather viewers, likes, dislikes, and anything that will make RG grow. Can you talk for 5 days straight?
You know, we are still at the tree hugging stage. Yeah? So why don't we go finish with the tree hugging?
Tony Ocheng says the interview is very informative, and then we have Mweni. Good morning, City and Movie. Well, good morning. I have a feeling this is my aunt. Good morning, Auntie Mweni. This is I can usually tell my family. I can smell them from the internet, or rather over the whatever, the internet. All right. So in studio this morning, this particular hour, we want to talk about the LSK. And with us, we have an advocate of the High Court and a candidate for LSK President 2026-2028. I'm talking about none other than Charles Kanjama, Senior Counsel. Welcome to Radio Generation.
I'm happy to be here, and good morning to your listeners.
Good morning. I'm sure wherever they are, they're excited to have this, to have you here in studio and perhaps listen to the conversation. The Law Society of Kenya, of which you want to be president.
Yes.
Has been in existence, and I remember some of the presidents that you have. I can't really remember their names per se, but I remember this one time LSK was really, really vocal, and they still are very vocal.
Yes.
But I remember there's a time LSK would say things, and Kenya would stand still and and listen. And looking at currently what is happening, Madam Faith Odhiambo, amazing lady. We've seen what she has been able to do in her position, but you now want to take over. Why haven't you? Why didn't you want to do it before? Because you have been a lawyer for quite a while now.
Okay, so first let me say that Faith Odhiambo has generally done a great job. She's the second woman LSK president, and the first was the former cabinet secretary Rachel Omamo, who became the first female LSK president. That time we used to call them chairs in the early 2000s.
Right.
So it took 20 years for Faith to become the president of the Law Society of Kenya, and definitely she's helped to elevate the focus on matters of rule of law, public interest. LSK has been championing those who have been subject to unlawful arrests or enforced disappearances during the Gen Z protests. And lawyers are happy with that part of the work that was done by the current council. For me, Charles Kanjama, this is not my first time to try and make it as president.
Okay.
In the year 2016, I was elected as the chair of the Nairobi branch of the Law Society of Kenya. It was set up in 2016.
Yes.
And actually 3/4 of all lawyers in Kenya, 75%, practice in and from Nairobi and Kiambu counties.
Okay.
So when I got into office, I had to build the branch from the ground up. Our focus was mainly issues of practice and welfare, but of course rule of law still comes in, even though it is an issue that is solidly under the mandate of the bigger law society. So after doing 4 years and really helping to set up structures, improve the practice environment in Nairobi, I ran for LSK president in 2020.
Okay.
And one of my opponents was my classmate Nelson Harvey, who at that stage beat me for the presidency. And so I retired. I mean, I continued in other activities and engagements in service to the profession. And then this year, 6 years later, after receiving many persistent requests from lawyers that I consider running for the presidency. And of course, I am very passionate about the idea of transforming the Law Society of Kenya, the legal profession, and advancing the rule of law and constitutionalism. I was happy to put my heart, or to throw my heart into the ring. So I'm looking forward to succeed Faith Odhiambo and to take the Law Society to the next level.
Perhaps maybe then you can also enlighten us on the mandate that LSK has. What is the core function of the Law Society of Kenya?
So the mandate of the Law Society of Kenya can be summarized easily for your listeners into two broad things the Law Society of Kenya does. And to make it easy for your listeners to understand, I'll say that the Law Society of Kenya, first of all, can be called the Lawyers Society of Kenya. So as the Lawyers Society of Kenya, it is the trade union for lawyers. It is a professional body that regulates legal practice in Kenya. It's meant to elevate legal standards so that lawyers can offer effective services to the public. So it represents lawyers. And so even the people who finance the operations of the Law Society of Kenya are primarily lawyers who are members of the Law Society of Kenya. So it is a society for lawyers. That's its first role. Then the second role is the Law Society of Kenya can also be called the Society of Law in Kenya. So if you now change it from Lawyer Society of Kenya to the Society of Law in Kenya, it's meant to promote constitutionalism, rule of law. It has 14 roles under Section 4 of the Law Society of Kenya Act. 9 of those roles relate to the Lawyer Society of Kenya, and 4 of them relate to the Society of Law of Kenya. So in other words, to help the public in issues of rule of law and administration of justice, to assist the courts and the government of Kenya, to promote the improvement of law. And you see, law is the foundation of the constitution, the statutes, our social contract, our governance and interacting with one another is founded on law. So it is a very big mandate. And that is how members of the public then come to interact and know the Law Society of Kenya, when it is championing human rights, it is championing inclusion, diversity, it is championing implementation of the constitution, access to justice, and so on.
You mentioned somewhere that LSK also regulates. Did you say regulates law in Kenya? What exactly does it regulate? Lawyers?
It regulates the legal profession. Who can join the legal profession? What are the standards for the legal profession? It's meant to keep elevating the standards. For example, every year, lawyers are meant to do some continuing professional development courses or continuous development professional courses. We call them CPDs, so that they keep getting better at their job. If anyone has a complaint against a lawyer, we have an advocates disciplinary tribunal, and the Law Society of Kenya is a key stakeholder in ensuring that the advocates disciplinary tribunal is functioning. If there is an area where an issue arises, like now, yesterday there was a court decision that was issued, ex parte court order, which means without hearing the parties, in Nakuru, saying that if any public entity has in-house lawyers who work for them as employed lawyers, then they cannot employ external lawyers. So the Law Society of Kenya has already issued a statement of shock. Even myself as a candidate have issued a statement. It's on my Twitter handle at Sikanjama. And then the Law Society of Kenya is going to join that court case. It comes in as interested party, as amicus curiae, etc. Because anything that has to do with the legal profession in Kenya, the Law Society of Kenya is interested.
But Kanyama, explain to me, what were you shocked about exactly?
I was surprised first at the depth and breadth of those ex parte orders. You see, when you make an order that interferes with existing contracts, the parties are not before you. All the lawyers who have procurement and legal contracts with public entities across the country, you make an order against all of them. It is just amazing. The paralysis, the impact on access to justice and the rule of law, for me was really surprising, I must say. Of course, I understood that there has been a concern about cases of irregular procurement, cases of a lack of accountability, where maybe there has been some corruption. In every sector of the society there's corruption, but I felt like this was a mosquito that needed to be swatted, and then the house was being burnt down.
Let me ask this question. Are our courts, do our courts have any leeway to consult with the LSK on matters such as this? Because if wrongdoing is imputed, I would assume the LSK are in a very pivotal position to deal with their members, because these are lawyers and they're their members, on these matters that people may consider to be of concern.
Yeah, there are three ways in which the Law Society and the courts engage. The first is that when the courts are involved in their judicial process, the Law Society or lawyers who represent the public interest can come in as parties, either as litigants or as counsel, which means advocates representing the parties. That is the most common way in which the judiciary interacts with the courts. The second way is the administrative. When, for example, I became the chair of Nairobi branch, I set up what we call bar bench committees for all divisions of the High Court, all the magistrates' courts, even the Court of Appeal. So from time to time, like quarterly, lawyers who practice in various courts meet some of the judges in those courts to discuss how do we improve the administration of justice, efficiency, ensure cases are heard quickly, judgments are not delayed, there is no corruption or reduced corruption in the court registries, etc. They discuss these kind of issues. That's the second structure, which is like the administrative structure. And the third is a disciplinary. The disciplinary applies both ways. Lawyers or the Law Society of Kenya can raise disciplinary complaints against judges, either with the Office of the Ombudsman, with the Judicial Service Commission, etc. On the other hand, judges can also exercise some disciplinary control over counsel, maybe by contempt of court or even lodging a complaint through the judiciary to the Advocates Disciplinary Tribunal. So you have the judicial, the administrative, and the disciplinary. And this engagement is continuous. But if a judge is dealing with a matter in court, you can't now start talking about it on the side, because that would be giving you an unfair advantage. So when judges and lawyers meet for administrative discussions, they don't meet to discuss the outcome of a particular case. Because if there is a case in court, fair hearing deserves that you only deal with it in the court system. You give everyone an equal opportunity to be heard. So the challenge of the Nakuru case is that this was filed. You know, when you file a case and you seek orders, it goes to the judge, what we call ex parte, even before you've heard the other side. If the judge thinks the matter is extremely urgent and you need to preserve the substratum of the suit or the substance of the suit, then you can give some preservatory orders. But normally the prudence, judicial prudence, means that when you are giving those ex parte orders, you've not heard the version of the other side. You be cautious. You understand the context in which you are making the orders. And that is what we feel was not done in this particular case.
Meaning, the judge, it appears, is a bit gung-ho. That's my view. Not your view. That is my view.
Remember, they are going to appear before that same judge.
No, but I also know that the judge is a member of the LSK.
If I may clarify,
yes,
when to become a judge, you start as a member of the Law Society of Kenya, because you start as an advocate. That's the ordinary way of becoming a judge.
Yes.
But the moment you become a judge, you cease to be
a member,
an active member of the Law Society of Kenya.
Note, underline and circle active.
So you are not
cease to be a member.
You cease. Okay, so when you are not active, it's almost like you are not a member.
No.
But if you stop being a judge, you can revive your membership.
No.
Because your number, your registration number
remains
doesn't
yours.
change.
Okay.
But the only people who can actively take part in activities of a law society, like now we'll be going to elections on 19th of February, are active members. The ones who are meant to attend meetings, everything. The ones who are meant to do CPDs, it's the active members.
Okay.
Yes.
Every year, you people who are in this club have this function, whether it's an annual general meeting or whatever it is that you do, isn't it?
Yes.
Don't judges attend those functions?
No, they are not members who can attend an AGM. That is why for judges they have their judicial colloquium organized by the judiciary, where they come together as judges to discuss matters of interest to judges. But what happened when Chief Justice Chief Justice Willy Mutunga, the first Chief Justice under the new constitution, came in, he said we need to demystify the judiciary, because the old judiciary used to be aloof and distant. They would even sit on a higher bench in the court architecture or design, and they said that the judiciary is meant to be servant of the people. So let the judiciary be free to engage the people. That means from 2010, under the new constitution, the spirit of the new constitution, we as lawyers, we look for a few occasions like the bar bench committees, court users committees that also bring in other court users to engage the judiciary outside the courtroom. But those are kind of like separate arrangements from the ones that the Law Society organizes for itself. But even Leske is organizing a seminar, and we think there is a judge who might come and make a presentation that will add value to our members. We could invite the judge, but they don't come as a member. The same way I can invite an economist, I can invite anyone who has something useful to offer.
A doctor or whatever.
Yes, a medical doctor, teacher.
Who licenses lawyers?
Lawyers are licensed through a dual system that involves the Law Society of Kenya and the judiciary. In fact, to become an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, you must be admitted to the bar in a ceremony presided by the Chief Justice. So the judiciary is part of the process, but the Law Society is, because the moment you become an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, automatically you become a member of the Law Society of Kenya. A few years back, there was a case that was filed in the High Court by a lady called Eunice Nganga, who is now a member of the Law Society of Kenya, and she was challenging the fact that all lawyers automatically become members of the Law Society of Kenya. And I represented the Law Society of Kenya in that case in the High Court and in the Court of Appeal. The judgment of the Court of Appeal was the other day, and the Court of Appeal agreed that the Law Society of Kenya has a constitutional function and role. It's even mentioned, not directly but indirectly, in the Constitution. It serves to protect democracy, good governance, and it is important for the independence and integrity of the legal profession that we all belong to the same professional body. So basically, the conclusion of the court is that all advocates are members of the Law Society of Kenya. That statutory provision is constitutional. It is very okay. And it is good so that we can regulate ourselves without interference from the government or from other sources, because you need an independent legal profession.
What I find interesting is you are an officer of the court.
Yes.
A judge is an officer of the court.
Even a police officer who's a
prosecutor,
a prosecutor who's a lawyer, and the police officer who's an investigating officer, they are, in a sense, they are officers of the court. Yes.
There's somewhere I'm going with this.
Yes.
What is it that makes it so difficult for this membership that we speak of?
Yes.
Of the judges, which you have told us is suspended when they become judges.
Yes.
But is renewed
Once
when they cease to be judges.
Yes.
What is this thing that is being prevented, or what is this thing that is foreseen or understood would be an impediment to justice if their membership was active?
I think it is, you see, the Constitution, in one of the schedules, I think it is the third schedule, includes oaths of office for different state officers, the president, members of parliament, and it also includes judges. And in the oath of office for judges, it requires them to decide cases without fear or favor, ill will or prejudice. And the question of avoiding not only bias but also the appearance or likelihood of bias is taken very seriously in the judicial system. So if there is a very active membership where you are both interacting daily in the same organization, it can generate the appearance of bias. Of course, judges are trained to keep aside their connections when they are judging matters, but judges are also human beings. So that is why it is important that in terms of active interaction in an organization, you interact very intimately. One person is a chair, one is a treasurer. You are doing fundraising for this. I don't know, so-and-so's son is sick. Can we do this or the other thing? You visit them in their homes. When the interaction becomes very close, then the appearance of bias can grow. And that is why it is good that when they become judges, they become part of now, for example, Kenya Magistrates and Judges Association, and also their job is to administer justice. When they go to court, even if the lawyers before them, one of them was a former classmate or somebody who they did some things in the past before, they are meant to be fair.
Yes.
But if it is continuing close interaction, it may interfere. That is why it's important to have a few interactions, but to ensure that they are regulated so that they are not daily, continuous interaction. So a judge, for example, cannot hear a case where their spouse or their son is a lawyer or is even one of the parties. They are not meant to hear that case. When lawyers who are partners in a law firm become judges, for several years, they normally, as a matter of practice, don't hear cases of that law firm because they were in such close kind of like interaction with the firm, even because of appearance of justice. So these are some of the kind of like practical reasons why when they become judges, lawyers now become suspended in quotes, members of the law society. The term we use is inactive. Inactive members of the law society, so that they do their job without fear, favor, ill will or prejudice.
So let's say today former CJ Mutunga can get back to the court as a lawyer, and his number would still be active. I don't know, does he come to court?
In fact, CJ Willie Mutunga, CJ David Maraga, they are now back to the bar as lawyers. So anyone who retires as a judge CJ, or as a judicial officer, magistrate, etc., and judicial officers retire at 60, which is still fairly young in terms of professional ability. Judges retire at 70. They still have a lot they can do. They come back to the bar. For judges, they like to go into things like arbitration. In fact, like now, all the Supreme Court judges are fellows of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators because they find that is the area that they can be practicing, but it benefits from the experience as decision makers. Judges of the Court of Appeal are also undergoing training to become fellows of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. So they come and they do what they want. If they want to be consultants, fine. Judicial officers, if they want to go back to the courts, fine. Some of them leave the judiciary not during the retirement age but earlier. So the legal profession welcomes them back because they have the qualifications to advocate for justice for the members of the public in other capacities.
All right. Now you want to be president. What exactly is it that you want to do for the LSK?
Thanks for that question. My agenda is called Time is Ripe. Yani wakati umefika. This is the time to transform LSK. The LSK presidency is a 2-year term. It's 1 term by law. There's nothing like 2 term.
You can't renew.
You can't renew, and this is in the LSK Act. So the elections will be in February, and then the 2-year term runs from March 2026 to March 2028. And my agenda, which is the time is ripe, is on 4 main pillars. The first is rule of law, and rule of law is public facing. These are the issues of assisting the courts, the members of the public with constitutionalism, rule of law. LSK is a very important player that is meant to be independent of different political interests. We are partisan on one thing only: the Constitution, rule of law, access to justice. Whoever is in favor of that one, we work with them. Whoever is undermining them, we fight them. And we marshal first lawyers and then the members of the public on that issue. So that's my first agenda, and it's broken down into several things. For example, last year in August, the 15th anniversary of the promulgation of the Constitution Katiba Day, one of my organizations that I set up called HomeofHardTruths, I published a rule of law report for Kenya. And this is the first rule of law report ever published for Kenya. If I become president, I want the Law Society of Kenya to do what the Uganda Law Society has done for some time now, to publish an annual rule of law report, because the Law Society of Kenya needs to be both reactive and proactive
Yes.
on matters of the rule of law. So far, we've largely been reactive. When we see somebody harming the rule of law, we complain, we issue statements, we go to the courts, we fight attempts to go against the rule of law. But the proactive side requires a plan. You need to do a benchmark survey and see where there are failures or weaknesses in the rule of law. Yesterday I was addressing some parliamentary staff on the question of constitutional audit, and was saying that now that 15 years have passed after the new constitution, can we audit the implementation of the constitution? Where are there gaps? Where are there weaknesses? Where is constitutionalism not coming in? And I was encouraging the Constitution Implementation Oversight Committee to take the lead. These are the kind of things that the Law Society of Kenya can do proactively by partnering with these agencies in areas of rule of law. Second, and very important, is integrity. Integrity and independence of the bar. One of the challenges that we are facing in the country as a whole and in the legal profession as well are cases of loss of integrity in judicial processes, in registry processes, in the courts, in the commercial registries like Ministry of Lands and other registries, even in the in the bar. So it's both in the bench and in the bar. And to be truly effective in giving high quality legal service, we need to promote integrity. So that for me is the second issue, and I want to take this up very seriously. I want to ensure that, for example, processes of the Judicial Service Commission happen properly. Processes at the Judiciary Ombudsman happen well. The Advocates Disciplinary Tribunal is functioning well. The court registries, the corruption that has been coming back is stamped out. All these things I'm very passionate about.
What do you mean corruption that has been coming back?
You see, in 2010, under the new constitution, we set up a structure of judicial vetting. We called it vetting of judges and magistrates, and we set up a board, Judges and Magistrates Vetting Board. And the reason why this was done is because in the 2000s, Kenyans really felt that the judiciary had lost prestige and confidence of Kenyans because of inefficiency, corruption, and such things. So they said we need a new start as we are getting into the new constitutional dispensation. Not all judges are bad, not all judges were doing wrong things, so let's do a vetting process so that those who are good can continue as judges and magistrates, and those who we consider rotten apples can leave the judiciary. So after the vetting process, you know there's a mood, there's an environment of accountability, and the judiciary and the judicial staff, because sometimes corruption is not by the judges themselves but by some judicial staff, were much on point, you see, and we were all engaged in this enterprise of promoting access to justice. It is human, and it happens that when the structures of accountability weaken, those bad things start coming back. And the structures of accountability honestly have been weakening. I myself have been an advocate in some cases for the Judicial Service Commission, and I can tell you that anytime the JSC starts a process against a judge or judicial officer, they frequently go to the courts, and the courts give orders to stop the processes that are ongoing. The most horrific was the recent decision, it happened a month ago, by a 3-judge bench of the High Court, saying that the Judicial Service Commission has no power to process any complaints anymore against judges or judicial officers for as long as they don't have procedural guidelines in place. You know, in the 1980s, this was what Justice Dugdale and other judges who are notorious in Kenya's judicial history did when they said Kenyans cannot go to the courts to pursue human rights because there were no procedural rules on how you'll approach the court. So you kill the whole human rights chapter because of procedure. It's like you've elevated procedure to be the mistress and not substance or not justice. So now, if you say that, we don't know when these regulations will be prepared. Somebody will go to court the moment the regulations are done and challenge the regulations. So basically what you've done is you've said, we have given suspension of judicial accountability for the time being. So the effect is so toxic in terms of that balance of judicial accountability, you can't imagine. So when you start eroding these structures of judicial accountability, what is the outcome? Is that the few rotten apples become more rotten, and they start messing up the whole bunch of apples, because there are rotten apples everywhere.
Yeah.
So it is such, for me, such a toxic outcome that I'm hoping that the Judicial Service Commission and the Law Society of Kenya are working very hard on filing an application for stay in the Court of Appeal of that decision. But those are the issues affecting integrity. They are very practical. I can give you another example. In the last 1 or 2 years,
yes,
there has been a debate about a doctrine called decisional independence. Decisional independence means when the judge is making their decision, they should not be influenced by any external factors. They should just focus on the facts of the case and the law. Apply the law to the facts.
Yes.
Nothing else. That is a theory, and it is a good principle.
Yeah.
So, decisional independence, which is a good idea, has now been used as a shield, so that any time a member of the public is unhappy with the way a case was handled, or judicial conduct, and the Constitution allows people to be unhappy with anyone. They can be unhappy with me as a lawyer, they can be unhappy with you as a media person, and they're entitled to complain. So there's a structure for complaints.
Yeah.
So when complaints are lodged, some of the courts and the Judicial Service Commission have now adopted this idea of decisional independence. What it means is that you complain against a decision and you're told, no, that one we cannot deal with. Just go on appeal. But it could be the decision itself that is the evidence of misconduct.
Yes.
So you see, those kind of developments have reached a situation where they are shielding the judiciary from accountability.
Okay.
For me, if I become the president of the Law Society of Kenya, I want to champion two things. The two principal qualities in the chapter on the judiciary, chapter 10, that appear in the Constitution. The first is judicial independence. We want judges and magistrates to be strong, to be able to decide with courage in accordance with the law, applying the facts to the law. We need to strengthen them. But at the same time, we need to remember that independence is at the service of what? Accountability. It is not an end in itself. So if you're independent and you're not accountable, then you're independent for what purpose?
Okay.
You see, of the three arms of government, there's only one arm that doesn't go for elections every 5 years, so that if the public think they made a mistake, they can change their mind and choose someone else. That's the judiciary. So the only method of accountability of the judiciary is what is found in chapter 10 of the Constitution. So when you dismantle that one,
yes,
you basically make the judiciary completely insulated from accountability. So for me, that's my second agenda, integrity. But I'm saying integrity is not only for the bench. Even the bar, we ourselves as lawyers, many times we contribute to the loss of integrity in the bench. Many times it is lawyers who, or sometimes it is our clients who are conduits of lack of integrity in the bench. So when I say integrity and independence, I'm not picking on any particular person alone. I'm saying all of us, all actors in the legal justice system. That's for me the second agenda. Then the third, of course, is bread and butter issues. They are very important for us as lawyers.
Okay.
As I said, 9 of the 14 functions under Section 4 of the Leskay Act are bread and butter issues. It is lawyers who pay practicing certificate fee, membership fee to LSK. So if LSK spends all its time just dealing with public interest issues, doesn't take care of the welfare of lawyers, then they start wondering, we elected you, but you are not serving us. Yes, serve the public, but also serve us. So we need to protect our practice space, expand our practice space, take care of welfare of lawyers, some of them suffering from issues like mental health, poor terms and conditions of service, training maybe that is not very sophisticated. All these things are part of my agenda.
Okay.
And then finally, as I said, RIPE, rule of law, integrity, practice and welfare, the E is engagement. I believe that to be effective as a law society and as a leader, you must keep engaging your members. Talk to them, listen to them, learn from them, engage the branches, because LSK is structured with branches and chapters. Engage the public, engage stakeholders so that you are not always talking like from an ivory tower, know it all. But you know that to truly succeed, you have to work with your members. So for me, my agenda is that 4-point agenda: rule of law, integrity and independence, practice and welfare, then engagement. That's why I say the time is ripe.
Yes.
You know, there's this, if I may.
Yes.
The 3-judge bench. Have I got it right?
Yes.
It's not a 3-bench judge. It's
3-judge bench.
Right.
Yes.
The decision that you mentioned, and what you also mentioned as a certain absence of certain procedural documentation.
Yes.
What is that procedural documentation called again?
It's procedural rules.
All right. Are we saying, when was the JSC set up?
JSC was set up, the current JSC, after the constitution of 2010. So between 2010 and 2011.
Okay.
It was set up.
Was it not envisioned then that the procedural rules would be important to such a body?
You see, the constitution itself does not talk of procedural rules. So what happened is that because the constitution doesn't talk of procedural rules, the constitution talks about the overall principles, which is that the JSC will receive complaints of misconduct regarding judges and judicial officers, will review the complaint, and if it concludes that they meet a minimum threshold, would then recommend the formation of a tribunal. That is now the real place where the hearing happens, a fair hearing, access to justice. So what happened is that because of previous cases that have been in the courts, the courts eventually recommended, the Supreme Court recommended JSC to come up with some procedural rules. But the court also said the absence of procedural rules cannot be treated as a bar to JSC exercising its constitutional mandate. Because it would be like saying that the moment you don't have a few procedural rules, IBC cannot hold elections. So let's suspend elections for a few years while we sort out procedural rules. So substantive constitutional mandates are so important. You have to do them based on general principles of fairness. You understand? And the existing law. Because there are already laws about judicial service and the procedure of JSC. There is a general law, but what the Supreme Court was saying is, can we get more detailed rules on the procedure?
What then would the details, let us say for purpose of an academic discussion,
yes,
what then would these details serve that isn't being served now?
Okay, so I'll tell you very honestly what I think, and I will give both sides of the argument. One, in 2010, when the constitution came in that said vetting of judges and magistrates, there was a provision saying that the vetting process will not be under the supervision of the High Court or the judiciary. Why? Because there is always a tendency, when there is a disciplinary process against judges and judicial officers, for the judge who is dealing, even though they are trying to be fair, to emotionally be driven to side with their fellow judge, because they are also part of a you could call it a club. It's a judicial club,
and they also understand all the pressures and the issues that somebody who has that job goes through.
Yes, but you see, the issue is that they also need to understand the pressures and issues that litigants go through. That's how you do balance in the judiciary. So if you find you're so sympathetic on one side because you identify with one side, there's a danger when you are making the decision, even though you feel you're fair, you are kind of like identifying only one side of the argument. So now these new processes of JSC have been subject to judicial scrutiny. So there has been a gradual kind of like reduction of the freedom of operation of JSC in judicial discipline, until now we reach this 3-judge bench that just suspended it altogether. On the other side, City, I agree that the judges have noted that when you don't have procedural rules, sometimes judges and JOs might get harassed, in quotes, by frivolous complaints against them. complaints by litigants who did not realize that what they should have done is file an appeal, or sometimes even complaints that are not supported by evidence. Because anyone who loses a case tends to be unhappy about losing the case. So you have to look for who to blame. Sometimes you might blame yourself, sometimes you'll blame your lawyer. Many times you might blame the judge. You might blame the judge rightly or wrongly. So the judges and JOs felt that JSC should put in place a procedure and a mechanism that doesn't force them to answer to frivolous complaints, and that is very clear as at what stage do you request what information, etc. And it's also true that because judges and JOs spend every day doing judicial process, they expect JSC to have as high standard as the standard they use in the court. So I don't want to say that it's just because of wanting to protect themselves that judges have issued these decisions. What I'm saying is that the effect of these decisions has been to gradually paralyze the Judicial Service Commission until a point where it cannot effectively perform one of its core constitutional mandates, because JSC has 2 mandates under Article 172 of the Constitution.
Right.
To promote judicial independence, which means to champion welfare of judges, etc. Exactly what I was saying has to be done. Judges are human beings. They are lawyers. They are people who we understand and we need to protect so that they are strengthened to do their job without fear, worries, exhaustion. And on the other side, JSC is meant to promote judicial accountability. And when there is an imbalance, there is a lot of independence and accountability is reducing. That imbalance is not good for the legal system or the access to justice in the country.
How is the JSC composed? How is it determined, the composition of the JSC?
JSC has 11 members. 5 of them represent the judiciary, or rather than represent, they come from the judiciary. The first is the Chief Justice, is a member of JSC. Then there is a judge who represents the Supreme Court judges. And just a few days ago, Justice Njoki Ndungu.
What does the Chief Justice represent?
No, I corrected myself. They don't represent, they come from. So they are not there as like MPs
who represent this constituency.
Yeah, they come from different constituencies, but when they come to JSC, they don't come to JSC as representatives. They come to JSC to perform the JSC role as commissioner. So they should be independent when they come to JSC.
So you have the Chief Justice.
The Chief Justice. Then you have a judge representing the Supreme Court, a judge representing the Court of Appeal or coming from the Court of Appeal, a judge coming from the High Court, and then a magistrate coming from the Magistracy of Kenya. So those are 5 judicial officers. Then you have 2 who are like the balancing 2 that come from the Law Society of Kenya.
Balancing 2?
Yeah, because they are 11.
How do you balance 5 against 2?
No, there are 4. There are 5, 4, 2. I'll explain the 4 and the 2.
Yes.
So the 2 from the Law Society of Kenya is 1 man and 1 woman who are elected by the Law Society members. And then the other 4.
And the other fellows we just mentioned, who elects them? Or who decides?
So for the Chief Justice is automatic. Once you're Chief Justice,
him we get, because
him
there's
or
only
her.
one.
Yes. For the Supreme Court, elected by the other Supreme Court judges. Court of Appeal elected by the other Court of Appeal judges.
Magistrates elected
by Kenya Magistrates and Judges Association.
Sawa kabisa.
Yes,
now
so
we have these 2 fellows
of LSK elected by lawyers.
All right.
Then now we have the other 4, because I told you the 2 for the LSK balance 5 on one side, 4 on the other. This is metaphorical. When they go as 11, they should not be, as I said, having the representative cap, because they should be thinking primarily of the interests of JSC.
Believe me, that's how we interpret it. But go on.
The other 4 include 2, 1 man and 1 woman, who are meant to represent the public and are chosen by the president. So there's a presidential connection in their choice.
So the president determines who should represent the public?
Yes.
I see.
And then one of them is the Attorney General, who again is appointed by the president. So you see, the president has a connection there. And the 4th one is someone who represents the Public Service Commission. And of course, the process of appointing public service commissioners and their service tends to be very connected to the state. So that is why those 4 are perceived generally as connected to the executive arm of government. Then you have the 5 connected to the judicial arm, and then you have the 2 balancing from the legal profession. Yes.
This system is pre-rigged.
Why do you say so?
Kama Attorney General ni automatic ako ndani.
Just skiza, Attorney General ako hapo, lazima kwe hapo.
CJ lazima
akwe hapo. Hiyo tumeshika vizuri sana serikali because the courts are independent. Okay?
Yes.
The election hao watu hiyo nimeshika tu. Hiyo yote ni serikali. Okay? Then you come to 2 members of the public appointed by the president. Hiyo pia ni serikali. Okay? Then you have the Attorney General tushaweka. Hiyo ni serikali.
Ndio msema ni 4. 4 out of 11 is not a majority.
No.
Yes.
It's not. Your math is wrong. All these fellows belong to the same basket. Okay? Then you have Public Service what again?
Commission. Public Service Commission is a constitutional commission that is meant to take care of all public officers.
Okay, who appoints these people?
Public Service Commission. That one has its own system of appointment. There is normally a selection panel that is set up.
Who appoints the selection panel?
I don't recall right now, but under the Act...
I think you know where I'm going with this, don't you?
I know. Yes. The perception is, and it is a true perception, that often the person who is representing PSC is likely to have more of an executive mindset. It doesn't have to be that way. Because they actually are appointed by the Public Service Commission. And in the process, the Public Service Commission actually do a process of recruiting. They advertise. So that one doesn't come directly from the president. But for me, as a rule of thumb, I like to think of it as 5 from judiciary, 4 connected to the executive,
and then 2
balancing from the Law Society of Kenya.
There is a question here by Mweni asking, can your son or daughter represent you in a matter in court where your opponent is your relative?
Okay, so
basically this is a family fighting each other.
Yes, let me say this. If the son or daughter is a lawyer, of course, a lawyer can represent anyone who chooses the lawyer to represent them. Of course, there's a few cases where you can apply to disqualify a lawyer if you think that the lawyer has a serious conflict of interest and you have to prove to the court. Second is that in certain kinds of cases, like constitutional cases and public interest cases, you can ask someone else who is connected to you to assist you in a court process. For example, to act on behalf of another, in the public interest, on behalf of another who cannot quite represent themselves effectively if it is a close relative. But generally, under the Advocates Act, the only person who's permitted to represent a member of the public who cannot represent themselves is a qualified advocate of the High Court of Kenya.
So basically what Mweni here is asking is, can for example your son, if he is a lawyer, an advocate, can your son represent you in a case whereby you are accusing a relative, say your sister?
Yes, can. You can.
Basically, it can.
Yes, that is possible. Quite possible.
Next question by Nazlin. Nazlin is asking, how does Omtata do it without being a lawyer?
Okay, so Omtata doesn't represent you as an advocate. What he has been doing is that under Article 22 of the Constitution and Article 258 of the Constitution, any person can go to court as a litigant, which means you are filing a case yourself, either on your own behalf or on behalf of a group of persons or the public interest, where there is a constitutional issue involved, not in normal civil cases, but where there is a constitutional issue. So if I think that there is a problem with the expressway, myself as Charles Kanjama, I can go to court because it's a constitutional question or access to justice. So in those cases, I'm not going to court as a lawyer.
Yes.
I'm going to court as a litigant. That's the approach that Omtata has been using. He goes to court as a litigant. The case is Omtata versus so and so. But when lawyers go to court, you yourself remain the litigant, but the lawyer now comes in as your lawyer. So the case might be Onyango versus so and so, but who is representing Onyango? It is Counsel Kimani, Counsel Nyachol, Counsel whoever.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. But I can represent myself in case I can't afford a lawyer. I've been accused of murder. So can I represent myself?
So in criminal cases, the ones that have capital penalty like murder or robbery with violence, it is expected that the only way there can be a fair trial is that every person needs to have legal representation.
Okay.
So in those serious cases, if you don't have a lawyer, if you cannot afford a lawyer, the state itself, through the judiciary, get a lawyer to act for you. And this is what is called pro bono practice. That you can't get a lawyer. The lawyers who have listed themselves in the pro bono list for that court,
one of them is
assigned to represent you. But in other criminal cases where there is no death penalty possibility, if you want to represent yourself and you can't afford your lawyer, you can do so.
Okay.
But of course, for me as a lawyer, speaking to your listeners, I would advise them that it is very important to have a lawyer. Sometimes cases are lost because you feel that, this legal costs, I think I can save it, or I can't afford it. And then you lose a case. It's like when you buy a piece of land. You may buy a piece of land and say, no, I don't want to use a lawyer, I can't afford the legal services. Then you find you've been conned. So we encourage members of the public, when engaging in high stakes matters with legal implications, whether it is a criminal case, whether it is a purchase of land or a transaction that has significant value, get a lawyer to assist you.
Okay.
Right now, we have more than 20,000 lawyers in Kenya. In fact, in the last admission in November, they admitted up to number 27,000, of whom 18,000 are active practicing lawyers. And the number will keep rising. So as there are more lawyers, there is more possibility for members of the public to access a lawyer and get affordable legal service.
You know, how you revise systems and look at the effectiveness, it didn't occur to those who came up with the composition of the JSC to consider that perhaps a religious personage or a member of the civil society might be considered to be
a good member of the JSC.
Well, a representative of the public.
Actually, when the Constitution was drafted, the framers of the Constitution did a lot of benchmarking. They looked at how judges are appointed in other countries. In some countries, it is presidential discretion. In some, there's a judicial committee that only has members of the judiciary. They went to South Africa. They saw the composition of the Judicial Service Commission in South Africa. So the structure and design of the Kenyan process of judicial appointment is actually one of the best in the world, because they did benchmarking of what is happening elsewhere. They didn't want it to be just dominated by the judiciary. They didn't want it to be just dominated by the executive. They came up with an independent commission. However, when they did so, they felt, because of what CT you are saying, that you may need some people who are not lawyers. Because you see, the 5 people from...
Actually, you do need, not you may. Even
Yes,
for purpose
yes.
of just perception,
Yes.
you do need.
Yeah, so they said the 5 from judiciary, those are lawyers. The 2 from LSK are lawyers. The AG is a lawyer. So what they decided, because they needed some non-lawyers, is to put in the constitution that the 2 people that the president is going to appoint cannot be lawyers.
Okay.
And in fact, in the past, the president has even appointed a bishop. He has, I think, appointed in the past people from civil society. But because they are within the discretion of the president, he can even appoint a former politician or whoever. And there's always a risk that there could be some abuse. But that avenue has been put in place so that members of the public who are not lawyers, 2 of them, serve in the Judicial Service Commission.
Charles, we have come to the end of the show, but thank you so much. I'll allow you 10 seconds to pass a word to the folks that will be voting for you. Is it March? You said March, yeah?
February 19th.
February 19th.
Yes, in 5 weeks' time. So for those who will be voting in the LSK elections, I want them to vote for a tried, tested, and reliable leader as the next president of the Law Society of Kenya. Vote for Charles Kanjama, CK, the first senior counsel, by the way, to ever contest for the LSK presidency. And let's transform and elevate the legal profession into a strong LSK that serves all its members. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Senior Counsel. We are taking a short break. We'll be right back.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Education policy expert Boaz Waruko has flouted the ongoing senior school placement process. He warns that over 3,600 institutions had earlier been identified by learners and parents as lacking adequate infrastructure and capacity to offer CBC pathways. Speaking on Radio Generation, Waruko said the concerns were overlooked, resulting in top-performing students being placed far from home, left without schools, or sent to institutions unprepared for CBC.
All along, we've been saying, can we do proper planning? The government keeps on assuring Kenyans they are planning. But if you're planning and then you reach a level where what you consider to be plans simply are not working. For instance, the red flag, I know we are not starting this just from the ground because many other persons or experts have been here having this conversation. So when I say the red flag, I am just starting with the period when the selection process was taking place. Yes. And many of the children decided that there were some schools which were not good enough.
Yes.
More than 3,000 out of the 9,200 senior schools earmarked at the time. More than 3,000, I think it was 3,600. They decided these ones are not good enough. They can't even be called senior schools.
The Judicial Service Commission is seeking reforms that will allow it to impose disciplinary measures on judges for minor misconduct, aiming to improve accountability across the judiciary. The move comes amid concerns that the current legal framework only permits the Commission to either recommend a judge's removal or dismiss complaints, leaving no room for intermediate sanctions. JSC Vice Chair Isaac Ruto told the National Assembly's Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee that the Commission can only recommend removal of a judge or dismiss petitions and complaints with no provision for immediate sanctions when minor violations are identified. 2 police officers charged in connection with a fatal shooting of a young man, Shukri Aidan, over the weekend in Nairobi will remain in custody for the next 14 days as investigations continue. The court ruled that releasing the officers at this stage could interfere with witnesses and ongoing inquiries. Citing their positions within the police service, they are currently being held at Capitol Hill Police Station, and the case will be mentioned again on January 26 to review the progress of investigations.
It is alleged that the respondents, who are police officers, were involved in a fatal shooting of one Shukri Adan Ibrahim, which has led to public outrage and demonstrations, and therefore even their security is not guaranteed. Further, the respondents, being police officers, by virtue of their position, the likelihood of interference with the witnesses and investigations cannot be said to be far-fetched. I therefore believe the application by the prosecution to have the respondents detained is reasonable to enable the completion of the investigation.
Uganda's opposition leader Bobi Wine told AFP on Monday that he will call for protest if President Yoweri Museveni rigs this week's election, and said he would welcome an intervention by the United States. More than 20 million people are registered to vote in the East African country on Thursday, with 81-year-old Museveni widely expected to continue his 4-decade rule. His main opponent is singer-turned politician Bobi Wine, who's taking a second run after his 2021 campaign was met with violent repression and alleged rigging. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning. Welcome back to Radio Generation. This is the home of hard truths and bold insights. Big shout out to my folks in Garissa on 89.5 FM. How are you doing? Mombasa 90.7 FM as well. Nairobi ambapo ni nyumbani on 88.8 FM. Salamu ziwafikie. In this particular hour, we want to talk about some of the issues that we've been seeing around. You know, buildings are collapsing here and there. So what exactly is the problem? Where did we go wrong? And with us, we have the president of the Architects Alliance. And she's also an arbitrator, something I just found out right now. She'll tell us about it. I'm talking about Senator, who's also an architect, Sylvia Kasanga. Mheshimiwa, welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you so much, Movie and City,
Yes.
for this opportunity. I really appreciate.
You're an arbitrator.
I am first an architect.
Yes, you
Very
are.
proud architect.
Uh-huh.
And then I'm an arbitrator. I'm a dispute resolver.
Yes.
In fact, like I was telling you, we serve with the senior counsel, Charles Kanjama,
Yes.
at the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators Board.
Nice.
And also something you should know, because Mweni is featuring a lot. My middle name is Mweni.
Yes, I have several relatives called
Clearly.
Gwenny. One of them is a very big fan of this show.
Okay.
You being an architect, also, being a Senate, how do you balance all this?
Oh, my goodness. It's God's grace.
Yeah.
Lots of planning, lots of good people around me. You know, you can't do it without good people around you.
For sure.
Yeah. So it's been one of those. But I'm not a sitting senator right now. I served in 2017 to 2022.
I remember that because I remember so
Yes.
many times when you used to come to my former employer, we had lots and lots of conversations about politics as well. But you
Absolutely.
are an architect at that time.
I'm always an architect.
So I was like, how is she managing all this?
No, the balancing act is because, of course, you have to have the right people around you, the right partners to run my office.
For sure.
The home front, you have enough home managers to run the home, to help you run the home. All the other business aspects, you have good partners.
Then now I find out
people.
you're an arbitrator. So I'm asking myself, so that time ulikuwa unakuja station asubuhi mapema, tunaongea, tunachapa story mingi. I'm sure unatoka hapo unaenda unachorea mtu nyumba.
Yes.
Unatoka hapo you go and solve a dispute
Yes,
somewhere.
absolutely.
That must be one hell of a day for you.
You know, we are told to stretch ourselves because we are here in the world only for a short time. And while you're alive, stretch yourself.
All right.
See how far you can go.
Let's talk about architecture today.
Yes.
We are having so many buildings, but not so many, but in the recent past, we've had several buildings coming down, others being flagged by authorities. They are pointing out and saying, this one has a problem, this one has a problem. Then, of course, there are those ones that literally come down. Where is the problem?
What is going on? There's a report, and this we alluded to. We had a press as the built environment professionals last week.
Yes.
And we alluded to a report that was done by the National Building Inspectorate back in 2019-2020 that actually identified from a number of buildings they had inspected, maybe a number like 14,000 or something like that, only 15% of those buildings were safe.
15%.
For human use. Yes, there was that statistic, and the NCA, in one of their reports last year, actually quoted that statistic.
Yes,
that was back in 2019. And if we trace our challenges, a lot of them, you can trace them back to around that time. Yeah, when matters of enforcement and matters of other things. But I think, for purposes of this conversation and the fact that I'm the president of the Architects Alliance, I want to, our viewers and our listeners to understand the architect, because I think we've not really internalized the role of the architect. And just by definition, and you will allow me, if I must refer to my notes, because I don't want to make any mistake today.
No, please do, by all means.
In fact,
Thank
you.
you.
Can even read them verbatim if you wish.
In Kenya today, and this is now legal, an architect is not simply somebody who draws buildings. And many times Kenyans will call us wachoraji. You've heard that. Nichore ka plan.
Si hata mimi nimesema unachorea
nichore ka plan.
Eh.
An architect is a legally recognized professional, trained, examined, and registered under the Kenyan law to plan, design, and coordinate buildings in the public interest.
Plan, design, coordinate.
Yes.
Soma hiyo tena ili sikia.
Ni repeat.
Nirudie because it's important.
It is very important. An architect is a legally recognized professional, trained, examined, and registered under the law to plan, design, and coordinate buildings in the public interest.
Okay.
So the architect is empowered to be the custodian of the public interest. All right? And it's important that Kenyans, we understand that the architect is the most critical person when it comes to matters building. Matters building. And in fact, the built environment. Let me even expand it.
Yeah.
The architect is the most critical person. In fact, it's only roads where the engineer now takes, roads and maybe bridges where the engineer now takes, over the public interest aspect of it. But in buildings, the architect is the first. We are formally trained, and I want to even take you through how we are trained,
all right,
so that Kenyans can understand. Yeah, it's, and for the young ones, because the young ones have just come out of, they are going into university now. Selections are happening, so it's important they also understand if they're listening. You have to get a bachelor's of degree in architecture. And then 5 universities right now who are graduating. But during our time, we had only 2, Jomo Kenyatta and Nairobi University. Yeah, I am an alumni, a proud alumni of Jomo Kenyatta.
All right.
And we train in university for 6 years. You go to school for 6 years. We're always the oldest. We were the grandparents at university.
Also, doctors do the same.
Yeah.
Engineers do the same.
Engineers do 5 years. Architects are the longest in the built environment.
Wait, you said what? 6 years?
6 years, yes.
6.
Sita.
Engineers
do 5.
Acha niulize kama mshamba. Ndio ujue tu kuchora hypotenuse.
I'm telling
na
you.
obtuse angle.
And let me tell you why it is 6 years. Because you're being taught building design, construction technology, structural principles. You're being taught environmental and climate design, planning and building law, health, safety, accessibility, fire, and disability. All those things and many others that maybe I have not even mentioned here are part of the training of an architect. After you finish university after 6 years, you're supposed to have supervised professional practice. That is, you work under an architect. Remember, architecture, even since time immemorial, you have to understudy.
Okay.
Now you have to understudy for about 3 years before you can even seek a professional license. Then during our time, it was a year and a half or 18 months thereabouts. And in campus, you also understudy during holidays. And the universities are very good at placing students in farms and other places. The government now is taking on a lot of interns under the affordable housing program to help with this particular part. Yeah, the supervised professional practice.
Okay.
After that, you apply for your professional exam. This is now where you actually acquire the title architect. Can you imagine? Besides 6 years in school, 3 years of professional practice outside campus, then you sit for a professional exam that probably takes a year and a half by the time it is done. Then you get the title architect.
10 years.
Yes. Architect. When I say I am architect Sylvia Kasanga, it has taken me that entire journey to have that title called architect.
So you and a Catholic priest, same as that. They also take a similar period of time before they are ordained priests. Yeah, but so...
you cannot call yourself architect unless you have gone through that entire process. You've passed your exam and you've been given that. So I'm an architect and my professional license number is A1083. Now, besides just having that number, every year I have to attain a certain number of continuous professional development points that are administered by our regulator, who's called the Board of Registration of Architects and Quantity Surveyors. So every year I have to attain a certain number of continuous professional development points and get an annual practicing license annually.
How do you get this these points?
There are several forums. You go for CPDs. You go to what do you call them? Conferences. You go speak somewhere. There are so many avenues. Our professional associations now, like the Architects Alliance, we run CPD. Forum where we are capacity building inwardly. Training ourselves. You have to continuously keep yourselves abreast with the globe, the industry. young ones, we are now capacity building them as much as possible.
Yes.
So that's what it takes to be an architect. And Kenyans need to understand that we architects are the guardians of the public interest.
So for how long have you been an architect now? Because if this is all, you have to do this, and I'm sure much more. And then you're telling me each year there are these points that you have to accumulate.
This man wants to figure out how old you are.
I think so too.
but it's actually public knowledge. If I wanted to know, it is actually...
You'll find it.
Yeah.
I've run my
I don't need to-
professional firm for 22 years. Actually, this is the 23rd year. So we've been in the industry. We are 23 years, yes. Yes, 23 years.
And every year you're saying that for the last 23 years you've been accumulating these
You
points.
have to, yes. You have to. Dispute resolution is also part of accumulating my points. Don't
Okay.
forget that. So I have that other, hat that I wear.
For some of us, if we had to accumulate points for us to continue being in this profession, kidogo ingekuwa shida. Now, coming back to the buildings.
Yeah, let's come back to the buildings. Let's first admit that the architect is most professionally, well, not most, but is highly rigorously trained for the construction industry. One thing I want to bring across here, because you heard the CS, the cabinet secretary, speak when during the South Sea, and she said she would register the architect if he's found culpable in the report, right? And she's waiting for that report. Of all the consultants, she only singled out the architect. And the question is why? And this is what I need Kenyans to understand. It's because the architect, and I want to repeat, is the guardian legally of public interest when it comes to the construction space. Remember, we don't just draw. Yeah? We are supposed to provide safe layout of spaces, fire exits and all those things.
Yes.
And all the other things that come with it, including making sure we are compliant with the planning laws, the building codes, safety and health standards, people living with disabilities and all that. So we design not just for a client, we are designing for the public, because this building is being used by people. It's a matter of life and death when it comes to buildings. And this is one thing that Kenyans must realize, that when buildings fail, there's something there that is not right, that has not been properly designed or coordinated. And at the center of it, and this is where the role of the architect comes, is so critical, because the architect leads and coordinates the engineer, quantity surveyor, planner, specialist, everybody. It first starts with the architect. He is the one with the vision. Move it today if you want a building done, whether it is your personal home or you want to do a flats, now that everybody is building flats. The first person who you must have is an architect. Yeah, the first person is an architect. And let nobody sugarcoat or try and tell you otherwise. The architect bears the vision for you. It is the architect who will make sure the planning laws are adhered to. He will get the engineers. If you don't have, he will get for you engineers, quantity surveyors, whatever. And once his design is done, he has to coordinate the designs. Then he's your agent at City Hall. He's the only one who can take your drawings to City Hall for you. You can't take your drawings there yourself. There's a portal we have to upload. We are agents of City Hall. So we go get your approvals. And this happens across the country, not just Nairobi. This is everywhere, in the counties as well.
Yes.
We make sure that the drawings are approved, they're compliant. NEMA, NCA, we tick all those boxes.
But
then to site.
On the side of the county, City Hall, there's another architect who approves this and says, okay, what Sylvia has drawn is good.
Now, there is where the gaps now come. If we are going to now discuss the gaps, some of the gaps that we do have are at approvals and are at enforcement. Yeah. The gaps will arise there.
Okay.
Yeah, but in terms of how it works, it has to start with the architect. The architect, after design, coordination, approvals are done, selection of contractors is done, and then you go to site. So there's all that a good architect, a good registered architect is trained to do, to ensure that by the time we are going to site with a contractor, you've ticked all compliance boxes, you've gone as far as finding the right contractor. That is also a very critical part. Right contractor. And then you supervise the contractor. We supervise. We are not there on a daily basis on site. But we have the duty to ensure we have found the right contractor, and we supervise on a monthly basis. Yeah. So there are all the other boxes to be ticked alongside there to make sure that the contractor is then doing what is required by law.
What is the work of the contractor here?
To build and execute the vision of the architect. And the consultants. Yes. That is typically the role. Now, contractors are regulated by NCA. Remember, because this is matters of public interest, then the government, of course, has to come in. The government comes in at approvals to make sure that whatever physical plans that the county government or the national government has are adhered to. Yeah, to make sure those regulations, the building codes are adhered to for public interest. Then for contractors, you have NCA that licenses and regulates.
This is now the National Construction
Authority. That is the National Construction Authority. Those are some of the key players, all right? The main key players. Then we have NEMA. Of course, environmental issues have to be in place. You have to get NEMA licenses before you start construction. And NEMA officials do go around also checking. That's why you can go and complain to NEMA if there's an issue on a construction site, noise, dust, and all those things. That is their role. So you can see how the interaction of the professional, the government, and the client now come in for purposes of public interest and public safety.
Now, what is the ideal composition of professionals that are required when you're putting up a building?
So you need first the architect as the lead consultant. You must have a structural engineer who is registered as well. You must have a quantity surveyor for cost benefit analysis. Those are the most critical people. And under the engineers, you'll find several other arms. You'll have engineer, electrical,
what does a structural
mechanical.
engineer do?
The structural engineer is about the structure, typically. The integrity of the structure.
Explain. When you say integrity, what do you mean?
That it is sound, it is well designed, it will withstand the test of time. And it is coordinated with the architectural drawings because the architect wants a certain vision to come out. So there's we work very closely with our engineers because there's a certain way I want my space to come out. There's a certain way I want my building to look. And the engineer has to work around that, that vision.
So when you talk of the integrity of the building, is there a specific time or a period within which that particular building is expected to stand?
Yes. Buildings are supposed to stand forever, ideally.
Are you talking about from when the construction begins to when it ends?
You see, we have established the role of the architect with clarity.
Yes.
I've now moved on to the coordinating role of
the constructor.
The architect.
Okay.
Contractors and now. The point here being, there's a team of professionals who, I said, in an ideal situation, are needed to provide that very role of the public interest custodian that the architect has. So I'm now seeking to understand the role of these other professionals.
Oh, I see.
Yes. So you have a structural engineer.
Yes.
Why you need a structural engineer and what they do. You see, in understanding the role,
yes,
I will then understand what is likely to happen if you don't have one.
Okay. So I've taken the most basic composition.
Yes.
Okay. Depending, of course, on complexity of the project, you'll find a lot more other consultants involved. You'll find landscape, interior designers, all those will come in. But the most critical, and the ones who hold public interest, in fact, are two professionals. That is the architect and the structural engineer. And in fact, when we are sending our drawings for approval, you send architectural and structural drawings for approval at the county physical planning offices, those two professions. These days, the counties have gone as far as, especially Nairobi County, you have to sign an indemnity to indemnify the county in case of any acts or omissions of the architect and the structural engineer.
Why so?
Well, it's a public interest, so in case of anything, they absolve themselves.
Why do they need to absolve themselves?
I think that one you'll need to ask them. But it's a loophole.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a loophole because they have a duty to the public.
You see, since we're here, we might as well go there.
Yeah.
Beyond the approval, what else do they do?
So enforcement.
Precisely.
Yes.
So essentially, they are seeking absolution from enforcement or the lack of it.
Exactly.
Now, you have a building, you have the people who are involved, and then you have this one individual whose job is to put up this structure.
Yes.
The architect supervises, the structural engineer supervises, and those who are in the physical planning department of this entity that we refer to as the government, devolved or otherwise, has the role, also supervisory role, of ensuring that the details of that plan that they have are actually met.
Absolutely.
I see.
City, you've spoken right. And the first gap when it comes to now approvals and enforcement is exactly that. Who is looking? And you asked that question. Who is looking at the architect's drawing when they come there? Now, we exist and we function under the physical planning, PLUPA. It's called PLUPA, Physical plan. I keep forgetting how to say the full name of his PLUPA. Let me just make reference to it. One of the laws that we exist under and that we operate under is the Physical and Land Use Planning Act of 2019, which is the one that deals with development approvals and zoning. And this particular act is actually very silent on the role of the architect. So whereas I am legally the person who is the custodian of public interest, the law is very silent on my role and my presence, which is something that needs to change. And how would that look now on the ground? Qua ground, it would mean at City Hall or any physical planning office, me as the architect, when I take my drawings, I'm taking them to an architect, a registered architect who understands all these matters of physical planning and matters of building code, all those things. Registered architect receives my drawings. And under him, the way I do outside here, I work with a team of consultants. He would have a team of registered consultants under him to look at those drawings. As I am looking at them in my professional capacity, he would be looking at them in his professional capacity.
Yes.
The structural drawings would also come. It would come like a package, architectural and structural drawings. And his work is to coordinate together with registered professionals. And only that office then can certify this is good to go for site. Then it is that same team that will have the enforcement team. Again, registered professionals going around to sites to check what we approved is what is being done. Maybe then you don't need those indemnities that we give.
Exactly.
You see, if things were done like that. So there's an issue here. And the Architects Alliance, we are on the forefront of calling for change of the law. Because until the architect is now given that mandate properly by law, we will still have the challenges that we're having on site. So that structural issue has to change. And then the other thing, we are a growing country, growing population, we are rapidly urbanizing. We should also be sincere that our physical planning offices cannot fully supervise all constructions that are coming up. So what do we do about that? Proper professional regulation. I don't even want to call it self-regulation. I'm just going to call it proper professional regulation, where at some point, even the professional associations are required to have, you can call them professional checkers.
Yes.
All right? Working closely also with City Hall. And their work is to go around to cross-check their own professions. Like today, architects, we are not afraid to call out our own who have gone rogue, which is true. We have registered professionals today in Mbuvi who sell their stamp. You know, you have that stamp, which when you're a registered architect, when you're approving drawings to City Hall, there's a stamp. Your name, your number, your registered number, your license, and a stamp. There are people who sell that.
So if, like, for example, I'm an architect and then I sell it to, say, CT,
who's not an architect,
who's just some,
who's purporting to be an architect, yeah, you stamp for him his drawings. You don't even know what you're stamping. You never go to that site. But at City Hall, it is your name that is...
It carries my name.
Yes, it carries your name. We have architects who do that. Yeah, selling of their stamps. It's the worst thing. And a lot of developers there. And again, the duty here we have to point at the developers, because the issue with the developers, they want to go for CT because he won't charge very much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the very least, if
they want to go for CT, he won't charge much, and they don't care how he will maneuver. They are ready to pay anything. What do you need? We'll pay the City Hall. We'll pay everybody. Sure. You know.
Yeah, because the situation you just mentioned earlier on, the one where, you're taking it to City Hall, but City Hall says, hey, in case of anything, sisi hatuko hapa. It's more or less like a head of surgery who approves a surgery and he himself is not a surgeon.
It's being done by the radiologists or the lab tech.
Sisi unashanga anyway.
It's that bad.
So now...
That is where we find ourselves, and that's the reality. And we are calling ourselves out also as professionals.
Yeah.
That this is causing as a problem, and we are failing if we continue this way on our mandate to the public interest. Yeah. So the issue of, I think now it's clearer now that where the challenges are coming from on the part of approvals and supervision. And we want stricter and tighter professional regulation.
I want to understand something.
Yes.
When we talk of supervision, okay, I have the knowledge that when somebody is a contractor, there are certificates that are issued for every stage of the building.
Absolutely.
Okay? Now, when these supervisors the people who want to ensure that whatever it is that was said to be the plan is actually being enacted as was documented.
Correct.
How do they come in? Because it's not as though the building just goes up at once.
No.
It goes up in stages.
Yes.
Okay? So what exactly do they inspect?
There's a lot of corruption happening, city, as you'd imagine. But really how it is supposed to work, even if City Hall does not have the capacity to they themselves just go around, the contractors have a duty on site to make sure before you cast, you call City Hall guys to come and inspect. Just the same way the contractor has to ensure the engineer on record has come to inspect the slab before casting. It's the same way he is supposed to call City Hall guys to come and sign off at every level of construction.
Yes.
It is supposed to happen like that, and it has always happened like that.
So it means there is documentation for every stage. So when you okay it, the responsibility of okaying it is spread among those who have that responsibility.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. In fact, City, you rightfully mentioned, at the end of a construction, there should be like a box file or a database.
Yes.
Showing everything about that construction.
Yes.
From the beginning to the end, the approved plans, all the sign-off sections of the building, all that, and then as built, finally what has been built against what was approved. All that should be presentable, and it should be there for any, other than the private homes, for public use. Any public building should have such a database that can be inspected 20 years from now should anything happen. Should failure occur like 20 years from now, we should be able to trace everything in the life of that building.
Meaning if there's, for instance, a deviation in the plan, it should be there.
Absolutely.
Because it will be flagged.
Very well documented.
It will be flagged by the person who has that public interest and say, this is not how I envision this thing should be done.
Exactly.
Okay?
Exactly.
This is what ought to be done.
Yeah.
Now, having asked that delightful question, is this what we see?
Oh my goodness. Let's look at the South Sea situation, although we are waiting for the report and we don't want to preempt the report. But some of the news that has already come out in the CS Cabinet Secretary, Alice Wahome, spoke to it, that there were 4 extra levels that were
not approved,
but they were added by the engineer.
Yeah.
All right. Now, how does that happen? How does that even begin to happen? And this we were asked in another forum to explain. Is it possible that the 4 floors could have been added and the building could still stand? And the engineer, because we were in a panel with the engineer, he was very clear that if the intention was there from the word go,
yes,
from the inception of design, if the intention was there to build with those extra floors, then the engineer will have covered it adequately in the foundation. Because it has to start from the foundation. Otherwise, you cannot arbitrarily just decide you want 4 extra levels. Unless the engineer has really over-designed so much, over-designed everything, which is highly unlikely because of costs.
But then what then would lead to this? Because clearly the engineer would understand the structural hazards that would follow such a decision if it wasn't planned for. Even the contractor, if they experience, would know that we are now on dangerous territory here.
Yes.
Okay? So there has to be a reason why this was done.
It was because the consultants were bullied by the developer. Let's talk about developers who have become bullies. Because that's the country we are in. Very powerful developers. I can have anything I want because I have the money.
Local or foreigners?
Wherever they are. Because they are all players in this industry. In Kenya today we have both local and international. Yeah. But they've become bullies and they're bullying a lot of professionals. Bullying. And they want to go for the younger ones especially because maybe they don't have much experience and they can't really just walk away. Everyone wants a little bit of money. So, okay, nyinyi fanyeni design, mukimaliza, site mimi I'll take care of it, and they don't want even the consultants during construction or we'll sort it out. And this is happening a lot. Big problem.
A developer takes charge of a construction site.
Yes.
And calls the shots that the professionals ought to be calling.
Imagine, yes.
I see.
And especially in the South Sea case where the developer is the contractor. Yeah. You see now that nexus, contractor, developer. So I know everything. I don't need these guys. I'm saving money, so I don't need the consultants. Those sort of challenges. They're there. Even if that is not the correct record of South Sea, I'm just extrapolating that these are some of the challenges we are facing in Kenya today, where we have rogue I don't know what word to use, but developers who feel they can get away with anything.
So it's possible if we were to do a proper audit of buildings, even those ones that have already been completed, we'll just find a lot of discrepancies in terms of what has been approved versus what we are seeing.
Yes, that one you're likely to find a lot of it. Because again, like I was saying, when I gave the example of a city being not a registered architect, and Mbuvi is a registered architect, and Mbuvi has sold his stamp to city, who knows what city is doing? Or who knows whoever is building for city what they're doing? You get? So there's a lot of that. And this is why we are now speaking up. People have been asking, you architects, where have you been? Why are you starting to talk now? And this is the purpose of TAA today. Because we've realized as architects, in our silence and working in our bubbles, we are very introverted. You know, we are artists, we are introverted generally. But we've realized the more we keep to our bubble, the more the public is suffering. And you can see. And it's time we come out and speak and really fight for now ring fencing our space. We are calling for really stricter professional regulation, and we are calling for a change of law so that we can be given the power that is we are supposed to have anyway. Do you know, we have to take out insurance indemnity to indemnify our clients, because that is our charge as architects. You're charged by our constitution, you know, to hold the public interest. And any developer today must start with a registered architect and must keep that registered architect until the end, as it's supposed to be by law.
There's a question here I have, because you said, you know, an architect, once they have done the planning, they've given you the design, they're supposed to supervise the building until it's complete.
Yes.
What if we tukosene katikati, we fall off in the middle for whatever reason?
No, we just agree to disagree, and we part ways. Our contracts are there. It's not like you're tied completely. You have no choice. You can always replace me for another architect, but there's a whole process to onboarding another architect.
Okay.
Again, because of the sensitivity of the kind of work, you know, there's a whole code on how to onboard another architect if you have fallen out with the previous one. And I have the duty, Mbuvi, if we are no longer cooperating, I am happy to hand over. Once you pay my dues, I have actually the duty of even making a presentation to the incoming architect and hand over, you know, what needs to be handed over for smooth transition. Yeah, completely, plus writing a letter even to the physical planning office, whether it's Nairobi or wherever, and write to them and let them know I have rightfully handed over and I'm now no longer the agent and this is the agent. Or I give you, the incoming architect, a letter that then you can present to City Hall and say, this one now is no longer the agent and has stepped down and now I am the agent. There's a whole procedure to these things.
Okay.
Yeah, everything about building and construction is highly technical. It is science, and it cannot be done by anybody. Yeah, there are developers there who just feel, I can do it.
Because they have the money and the project is theirs. So the money that they believe they have, or the might, the financial might they have, is supposed to replace the professional knowledge and the professional capacity that some people have.
Yeah.
But this entire enterprise is a partnership, because the architect comes with a team, people who professionally understand and will try and execute this particular enterprise or this particular building ethically, safely, to the benefit of the public.
Absolutely.
The other partner now, the government.
Yes.
Whether it's county, national, are also partners.
Absolutely.
Even if you have these illusions of grandeur that certain developers have, the check and balance ought then to come in from the government, should it not?
Yes.
Because at every
100%.
Yes, exactly. So when we talk about the bullying, are we then suggesting that they even bully the professionals within the government? Because if they are the people who have the last word, then it means that everybody who was part and parcel of this particular enterprise that was being put up for the benefit of the public, the custodian or the custodians and that partnership has entirely been compromised.
It is true, and you're right. City, it is the country we live in today. We don't even need to sugarcoat the situation. As long as you have the money today in Kenya, you can corrupt any system. We've seen it, we've heard it. The senior counsel here was talking about judiciary. It is happening even in the construction sector. You will corrupt any sector of all those government bodies that are supposed to be the custodians of public interest to get your way because you are the one with the money. And this is a travesty. The other day we asked a question during our presser. The National Construction Authority, I have never seen a blacklist of contractors. And not just the name of the company, but the directors. Because in Kenya today we know if you take away that, they'll go and register another company and put some CVs together, okay? Take some vehicles, put a sticker that these are my vehicles, this is my equipment, and I go and I apply and I get another NCA 4, NCA 2, you know. So at what point are we also, you know, calling out the contractors? And who is a contractor in Kenya today? I've told you today who is an architect.
Actually, tell us, who is a contractor?
I'm also not sure. Why don't you invite somebody from NCA to tell us? Who is a contractor? Because today's city, I kid you not, you can be a contractor.
That's lovely. What do I need to do?
Kwanza huku kwa mitaa, contractors ni wengi. There's a question here by Star Kenya. He's asking, architects are shunned by the public because of their steep, unreasonable fees. They indirectly cause those collapsing buildings because no one can afford them except the Minnesota Somalis.
Even the Minnesota ones are not paying us. I don't know who they are paying because we don't know who are the architects doing their projects.
You don't know the architects
no, we don't know
building Isili and
no,
South Sea?
We don't know them.
Okay. But yeah, I mean,
but let
answer his
me
question.
address the issue of fees. Now, our fees is stipulated by law. Actually, the law says, you have to pay an architect 6% of the cost of construction.
Is a 6% a minimum?
It's like a cap. It's like the maximum.
So we can't do 7, we can't do 10.
You can if you feel that that's
moved.
my value. Yeah, if you love my work
but
so much.
Legally.
But legally, there's a cap to it, and there's a whole section of the law that stipulates how an architect should be paid. You know, where the buildings are repetitive, where all those things are by law canvassed. Yeah, and in a way, straight-jacketed us as consultants. You know, straight-jacketed us because now what do I do? But the interesting part is, whereas it's by law, it is not enforceable. Who is going to enforce that every architect is paid 6%?
If it's
not enforceable. It's by law, but it's not enforceable, which means I don't have to charge that much money unless somebody can come and punish me.
Okay.
Now, for me to be punished by the Borax, somebody has to go and report me. Somebody has to, they're called what?
Whistleblower.
Whistleblower has to whistleblow and say, hey, there's an architect there who's charging 2%. Can you do something? But who will know what contract I have signed with who? You see? The only public ones are the public ones. Public ones are known, like the housing, affordable housing program. It is known what consultants are paid because that is public information. But what I sign with my other private clients, nobody will ever know. Will I refuse to be paid and refuse work? No, a lot of architects do negotiate those figures. Yeah, based on what they feel is their capacity. But what is important for Kenyans to know is that even if you're paying that 6%, it is not the biggest cost. It has become, we've been viewed now as elitists. That's what has happened over the years. The profession is being viewed.
You've always been viewed as
elitists.
Yes.
And expensive and sitting there. And that is not the case. I think if Kenyans can understand, number one, that your life, this building is your life. You live in it. It needs to have a healthy environment for yourself. Let's start there. It is airy enough. It has the right size of windows. It has sunlight coming in. The rooms are good size for your purpose and for your budget. There's a mental health aspect into the space in which you live. There are other parts of the home that if it's a home, the green areas, if it's an apartment block, is it fit for purpose for bringing up children and bringing up families? Those are things that we consider as we are doing our design. Our design, again, is not just to draw. There's a whole ecosystem that we look into as part of our training. When you put that ecosystem all together and the cost of it and the potential costs, that is what is your life and the value that you derive from that building, then you will realize that that fees you're paying your architect is actually a very small component.
Yeah.
Is a very small component.
Does the public understand what you know or what you understand?
That's what we need to speak about.
To be
CT.
honest, the public
we need to
doesn't.
speak
Everything
more.
you've just said.
Yeah, we need to speak more, because
Yes.
that's where the value is derived. And until it is true, until they understand that value, then for them 6% will always be expensive.
As far as we
Yeah.
are concerned,
Yeah.
you need a building, you look for somebody who can build.
Yes.
Our experience, if you go back to traditionally, the people who built the units we refer to as houses in the rural areas, it was a one room, okay? And that thing would be built in a day, maximum two. If it's a week, you'd have to explain what it is you're doing with it.
Yes.
Even when people came in to help you.
Yes.
You look at the buildings that we start our lives in,
Yes.
if you happen to move into a city,
Yes.
again, it's a one room, maybe two,
Yes.
okay?
Yes.
And it's 4 walls,
Yes.
maybe 2 windows and a door, okay? These are the things that come in later, just come in to build on the knowledge we already have. So our understanding of a house is very rudimentary.
Yes.
Okay? The knowledge that you architects have has never cascaded down for us to understand what it is you actually do. That's why we assume all you do is draw.
Yeah, that's
okay?
true.
And we also know that if you can draw, a draftsman or draftswoman can draw.
Actually, we have a comment here from Nazlin saying, are single room houses designed by architects really? Or it's just a foreman doing their thing?
Well, there's all that. And I do admit, we have a lot more to play when it comes to the public discourse. And because of that, I think the Architects Alliance is good. Like I speak about our association. One of the things we do as the Architects Alliance is we have a forum we call the Lift Forum, where it's architects speaking to Kenyans, because we've realized we've hidden in a bubble and we've not interacted with Kenyans, and we need to. We actually need to now come down to the ground and speak to Kenyans, because architects are needed in the counties, in design of rural homes, rural towns. It's not just urban.
But why are you people also referred to as town planners? No, I'm asking because you sometimes see architect and town planner.
Yes.
Okay, so
there are very many pathways to an architect. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I can be an architect and an urban planner, a town planner. I can be an architect and many other things. There are many pathways to
precisely
an
now.
Yeah.
You know this.
Yes.
You are even a custodian
of
our interests.
Yes.
And yet we don't know this.
Yes. I think we have a lot of work to do at City.
Yes.
We have a lot of work to do to raise public awareness on our role.
Yeah, and there's another question here by this is Star Kenya asking, how does Architects Alliance relate to Architects Association of Kenya?
Yes, we have the Architecture Association of Kenya, which has been in the industry for the longest, and the only one that is representing architects and others. The Architecture Association of Kenya is an umbrella association for built environment professionals. So under it, they have several chapters. They have a chapter for architects, they have a chapter for engineers, quantity surveyors, I think planners, surveyors, interior designers, and landscape architects as well. So it's an umbrella body. Under the umbrella body, you find that some of the professionals have actually also branched out. You find that engineers have the Institute of Engineers of Kenya, IEK. The quantity surveyors have the IQSK, which is the Institute of Quantity Surveyors of Kenya, who have sort of like branched off also to so that you can really focus on your members' issues. So the Architect Alliance now comes into play that role, where our focus now is about the
architects.
It's for architects by architects. And that's why we are having this realization that a lot more conversation needs to go out on the role of the architect, and we need to really speak to Kenyans and go to the ground now and really,
I look at, say, the medical profession.
Yes.
And some revolutionary change that came about within the profession. People who once upon a time were licensed to actually practice medicine were doctors.
Yes.
Over time, they devolved that process. Yes. So, if you are a clinical officer, you could have a clinic and you'd be licensed.
Absolutely.
If you are a nurse, you could. Now, what therefore that meant is that healthcare services were also cascaded
Yes.
at a level where the Mwananchi
Exactly.
could actually access it.
Yes.
Yes, I
And
think.
helping with accessibility. Remember our conversations on mental health.
Yes, yes.
In the last parliament.
Yes,
and how we
yes,
need to
yes,
devolve.
yes,
and
yes.
we had this challenge when we were working on the law, where the psychiatrists, because they are the custodians of mental health in the country, did not want recognition of the other pecking order of practitioners.
Other mental health practitioners.
Yeah.
Yes.
But in the end, they accepted to it, and we had to phrase it in a certain way in the law, because the psychiatrists can't be everywhere in the country.
First of all, there are few.
Yes. So we remember we had. So
It was an
debate.
delightful, lengthy process. You see, the whole idea of devolution when it comes to professionalism is clearly important.
Yes.
You see, you look at something like the education sector, which I belonged to for a long time. Nothing was cascaded a long time ago. Secondary school teacher. Okay, let's start with university teacher. Because you're a teacher.
Yeah.
TVET teacher.
Yeah.
A secondary school teacher.
Yeah.
Primary school teacher.
Yeah.
ECD. These are all teachers.
Yes.
Okay? And they have a place. It means it is structured to meet needs.
Absolutely.
Now, the profession you belong to, unfortunately, has...
No, we have a lot of work to do,
Yes,
CT.
it has unfortunately been extremely elitist.
Yeah.
And they are the architects, if I may, pun intended here, of the understanding that meets them.
It's true. That we acknowledge, and we realize the amount of work we have to do as the Architects Alliance to get out the message and get Kenyans to understand who we are. We have a lot of advocacy work to do in the policy space, because one thing we realize is that a lot of counties, for instance, have not invested in the correct professionals in the physical planning space. Again, another big loophole. It is our intention that, the policy space should have architects rightfully sitting at the space of approvals in all the counties. And until we do that, we will continue having this challenge, because nobody else can supervise my drawings.
Yeah.
Nobody. It has to be a colleague of my standing.
And even that colleague, there are things you would need to brief that colleague about the thinking that went into what they're seeing.
Absolutely. You make presentations. Do you know there's a time, City, and not so long ago, in my young career, that we would go to City Hall and make presentations?
Yes.
There was a time. Yes.
Which is what ought
There
to be
was a
done.
time, which is what ought to be done. And you would go there with your team as the lead consultant. And by then, in fact, those days, they were very specific, even on issues of traffic flow and things like that. So I'd have to go with the expert on traffic, who we've made the developer to engage. We've helped them find a traffic person, an environmental person. Those days, NEMA had not yet come in. And you would go and make presentations, before a team of the same standing as we. And they would ask very critical questions before even they start looking at your drawings. Those days were there.
Remember also that when you had the municipality, municipality had an architect.
Correct.
The municipality had a planner. The municipality had a QS.
Yes.
All these professionals.
used to be there, isn't it?
They had a structural engineer.
Yeah.
Okay. All these teams that you require, the municipality had.
Exactly. Because how can I be enforced by people who are not in my standing? It doesn't make sense. So that structural issue, the law has to change to empower the consultants to do what they must do. And that is the architect specifically. And this goes for all the counties.
Yeah.
So we've even given proposals, legislative proposals we have sent to the cabinet secretary, and we've told her, this issue, we must begin to change. If the governor of Nairobi, for instance, was very proactive, by virtue of even an executive order,
Does
he
Nairobi
would
have a governor?
Does what?
Nairobi have a governor.
Yeah.
Every county has a governor. The last time I checked, City.
Yeah, but I've heard a name mentioned every once in a while. And anyway, go on.
Yes, so I was saying by virtue, City is trying to. Anyway, I'm not being diverted today. No politics. Politics for another day.
Sour.
Yeah. So if the governor today truly understood this issue, and we've really tried to educate, we've sent letters and everything, as far as we can go.
Yes.
But by executive order, he would institute the correct mechanism with an advisory to the cabinet secretary that truly the law does need to change, and by advisory of the county assembly that this truly needs to change. Yeah, it would be good. But that said and done, the law must change. Architects, we need to come out more. We are not afraid to call out our own who are not doing the right thing, and we are still calling them out even in public, and we are saying, you architect out there selling your stamp, you're doing the wrong thing, you're failing Kenyans, you're failing the Constitution of Kenya, because we are all citizens, and it would be good to do the right thing. I think there's also the issue of an ethical conversation we need to have as Kenya, if I'm just to digress a little bit.
Sure.
Because we are seeing a lot of issues happening in all quarters. Yani, it is not just our political leaders. It is happening everywhere in church. So much, the lack of ethics is driving us into this country, into a place that I don't know. Even when I hear the conversation about Singapore, which I like, and it's possible to get to Singapore. But how do we get to Singapore when we are so unethical and disciplined? And people in the right places of power not doing what they're supposed to do, both in the private and in the public sector, because and in the churches as well. I mean, it's a rot that is now part and parcel of us. So even professionals, we have a role to play, and actually, you do have a duty under the Constitution, and in God's eyes, in the Almighty's eyes, you have a duty. You are empowered. You've gone to school. You are taught. The country invested in you. Your parents invested in you. You have a duty to the country. You have a duty to the Constitution, and we just have to do the right thing.
Let me ask this question. You have a collapsed building. The developer, yes, will incur some losses. Lives are lost.
Yes, lives are lost.
What happens? Is insurance mandatory? And does insurance cover lives that are lost either because a building collapses, or is the insurance nullified when whatever it is you insured, which was supposed to meet certain standards, are not adhered to? Are there laws that then guarantee that if a building collapses and I incur some loss, because we've had buildings that people have occupied,
yes, and
then the buildings have decided to do a thing, how is the public interest secured?
That's it. That's the thing. And City, I have to really insist that it must start with the selection of the right architect. It starts there, and you as the developer, you have the duty to look for that architect who is fit for your functions. Movie, you want to build a complex that is going to house 100 people. Are you going to get an architect who just got their license last week? Or will you want an architect who has done several buildings and can prove to you, look, I had a contract with this person. Record. Yeah, I have this, and I can even take you this. I'm also doing this. That duty of care has to start with the developer first. Because if you saw our statement that we made last week as built environment professionals, we actually called out the developer, and we said the developer must pay reparations to those who lost their lives, to those families. That is their duty. They have to pay them. Yeah. It has to start with the developer.
Okay.
If you have the right architect on board, you will have the right contractor on board, and you will have the right supervision on board, and all those issues will be removed. But there's one last thing I must mention before we finish. Substandard building material. We brought this out last week. This is another very big problem for professionals, because whereas the engineer will specify this kind of concrete, the expectation is that the cement they will buy will be of a certain strength. The contractor may go and buy that cement, and then you find the cement is actually not of that strength. So we have a challenge here. And this is something that is in the public purview. If you just Google the reports that are there on counterfeit building materials, you'll be shocked. You'll be shocked at the numbers. So this is another very big problem in the industry. And that one, the engineers will speak to it very well, because for them, it's a very big challenge. Yeah, the rebar, ile chuma. Some chuma you see, even you look at the pictures, sometimes when you see those collapsed buildings, you look at the chuma and you're wondering, okay,
how did this one get
this
through?
Chuma looks how, those things. But those are the engineering parts of the building construction, because materials are supposed to, be of a certain quality. So our KEBS, is our KEBS doing enough to also protect Kenyans?
Good question.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa, for coming through and having this conversation with us. Lakini sasa swali ya mwisho kabla tuondoke, in 30 seconds. Unarudi siasa ama uko ndani ni venye hatujui?
Tunafikiria kurudi, because I think we need to get out there. Yeah, I've been telling my fellow professionals, this thing of leaving politics to others
needs
to end. Why are we not the politicians? We who know what needs to be done.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. When that time comes, please ensure that you come. This seat is open for you and shall definitely engage you on the same.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
This is where we come to a close. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in, by the way. Nimeona kuna DK kind words for the station and for myself. Thank you so much, my brother. We do appreciate them. Let's meet tomorrow again, bright and early at exactly 6 in the a.m. We leave you in the safe hands of Rania Abdi and Lady Madai coming through for the Retro Box in a couple of minutes. So don't go too far. The conversation continues.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Mombasa County government says it is determined to position the port city as one of